about this a lot. And the fact is that as much as you're accelerating and you're trying to be agile, you cannot cut corners on some core foundations, which includes research and development, so that the quality that you deliver is not just a quick fix, but also to the extent that infrastructure still people must invest in. So in terms of how we budget, even in an age of acceleration, we really must think how we finance technology, but also the technology environment. I'll skip Muhesh, and of course I'll skip Ezra for a bit. Let me come to Dell. There's a logic, don't worry. I think Dell, you're very much in devices. And I think the sense that I have is that device has always been the barrier to access and equity. I think the two speakers in the morning between CS and the PCS and the PS also, there was also a conversation of trying to bring down the cost of devices. I think for me, device is one end in terms of the phone, but there's an entire infrastructure that is devices. At what extent is Dell in this new environment thinking about access? And when I say access, I also mean excellence. But the quality of devices we get is just not a $40 device or a $20 or a $100 laptop. Is also something that is of quality.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil, and thank you everyone for having us here. Thank you, our partners and customers, for being part of this conference, and we're looking forward to a greater partnership into the future. Just to demystify the thinking in the market together with what Phil thinks, Dell is not a device company. Let me start there. Dell, we build agile and secure in technologies that are going to assist in human progress. And agile and secure, I mean all the way from the core to the edge to the cloud. So park the story around devices first. Let's focus on what we are good at. We are good in everything else that we do, but I will focus more on security. In terms of security and in terms of the devices that we're bringing to market, I think we've heard a lot about cyber security, cyber threats. We've heard about ransomware. We've heard about guys asking you for your number from committee and then withdrawing all your savings from your account in Safaricom. So I think we are at a threat as an industry in general. And going by these threats, they are not going to decrease. They are going to increase over and over again. And we play in a space where we build devices that are secure. Secure in the sense that there is an organization called the Sheltered Harbor Organization run by the federal government that oversees the operations of all financial institutions in the USA. And having built solutions around here, cyber recovery solutions, we actually build these solutions and implant them at the center of all the devices that we bring to the market. And when we bring these devices to the market, we've done sufficient research around them. We've built capabilities around them based on the persona that they are going to serve. And the thing around cost is not just an issue of a Dell laptop or a desktop being expensive. You look at it in terms of how much research and development has gone into it and which market are you addressing. And then you also look at it in terms of the sustainability goals in as far as that country is concerned and how long are you going to have that device. Majority of the devices that we're putting to market right now will serve you 5 to 7 years, 10 years for some of us. I've seen some of them in this room that are about 10 years old and they're still serving people very well. So you need to bridge the gap between do you want a short-term period when you can use a device for 1 year, 2 years down the line and then you buy another one, or do you want a long-term period where you can use a device for 5 years, 7 years and 10 years depending on the nature of your work front. Going back to the element around cost, I will say we try to be as competitive as possible and remain to an accessible point where everybody who can afford a device can actually lay their hands on one. And we categorize these devices based on the target market, target audience, and the affordability model. So any anywhere along that spectrum, you will always be able to find a device that is $200, $300, $400, $500. You just need to know what persona you are addressing and where do they fit in this pillar. So I hope that going forward, you can actually pass through our booth. We can talk more about the devices, and we can talk more around cyber security, and see how our organization, Dell Technologies, can assist your organization in your digital transformation journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Access, excellence, secure. I've added a third one, so that's fine. Robin, I had a panelist who couldn't fit here, AWS. Do you want to quickly? I'm not leaving you out. Time is running. Please take a mic. I get you one. So AWS was supposed to talk about cloud. I know we're all talking about, it's not the one that is raining. Maybe you need to, yes, please sit. You need to demystify that a bit. Basically, AWS talks about cloud, and we know a lot of us are being asked to move to the cloud. Again, in terms of just agility, but also accessibility, to the extent of how does this work for startups and SMEs?
Okay, thank you, Phil. Let me take 10 seconds to make light of this. I was actually wondering, it's our second connected, and I understand why it takes a while to call us on stage. But we are not going anywhere in a hurry. Really excited as AWS to be here, and it's our second connected, and really excited to see a lot of our partners, customers, and everyone else. From a cloud perspective, let me address this in two ways. I don't need to really define cloud computing. I think that's pretty common knowledge now. I'd like to answer this in two parts. Number one, I'd like to just share the extent. As we talk about inclusivity, it would also be good to get a good sense of the impact and weight of what cloud computing brings to the table. Just a year ago, we were happy to partner with the government of Ukraine. We all know what happened there. But it's interesting that when you think about a country, every time we think about data, we think about the security of the data, either within the borders or because it's somewhere else in someone else's data center. But it was interesting that when we then partnered with the government of Ukraine, we were thinking about the government prioritized a number of records, top 4 being citizen record, land registry, banking records, and then election records. Of course, because there are people trying to come in and mess a lot of that. And within a window of 5 weeks, the government of Ukraine, even with internal and external forces coming in to threaten the security of the country, were up and running, even with absolute threats within its own borders. That number one gives you the enterprise grade strength that cloud computing brings to the table. But then coming back to the question of startups, when we think about startups as AWS, since our launch in 2006, startups have been very, very close to us. Why? Because whether it's a one-man startup, two-man, we see ourselves as natural enablers to the journey of that startup. Why do we, and that's why you find that we remain very close to startups, because we want to move at the speed at which they innovate and intend to grow. And therefore, when we invest in a startup, and I'll be talking about the investment shortly, we see their success as our success. We invest in startups in two ways. Number one is what we call AWS Activate credits, which range from $1,000 to $100,000. And we've seen all kinds of startups just benefit from this. The second is services that enable them to grow. And therefore, some of the startups that started small with us, but then later grew, is common names like Airbnb, Stripe, Twilio, Netflix also started as a startup with us. And then more in our continent, companies like Cellulant, Flutterwave, all these are startups that started really small with us. What's the benefit of starting small and coming back to the inclusivity question? Is because they only would pay for exactly what they need. And then we grow, and as elastic as they grow then, and if they then experience any dip, we then would move with them. So this is the benefit that we bring from an inclusivity perspective.
Thank you so much. So you're not too small and you're not too big. Technology is an enabler, but also is an equalizer, from what I'm hearing. And so it means you can actually start today. So find him somewhere for lunch if you're not booked. Let me go to Ezra. We've heard from industry, from Safaricom to the global players who have regional roots to the international players and across the spectrum, whether it's security, devices, issues about democratizing the internet in terms of simply just creative, inclusive access, in terms of the investments that have been made to make technology more accessible right now at a great cost, from what I understand, to security in terms of how we operate safely on the internet. Government, especially your shop, has universal services access. And so how are you also sort of enabling this ecosystem in terms of accessibility for connectivity?
Okay. Thank you very much, Philip, and fellow panelists and participants. Good afternoon. I think it's the wrong time to be having a panel discussion. It's no longer a panel discussion. It's actually, they call it manels. I hope the ladies here will be. All right. I think it's important to appreciate the fact that as a country, we've really made a major progress in as far as this industry is concerned. And listening to our sister here talking about the trajectory Kenya has gone through and some of the lessons now compressed into what they're calling the digital transformation drivers. That basically tells a story of what we, especially as a regulator, have been doing for the last 20 plus years. And when we talk about inclusion, you got to look at it from two perspectives from our end. One is the regulatory environment that we are responsible for. And the other one is really dealing with the most difficult issues, especially people who don't have the ample privilege to be able to access ICT services through our intervention around the universal access issues. So on the regulatory side, I think all these private actors on this platform are here because of the enabling regulatory environment we've had over time. The growth of Safaricom, the coming on board of the undersea cables, the type of devices that we find in the market is all because of the work that we do. And the idea here is to make sure that each and every citizen has choice of what is available to the market. And really, if you look at broadband, based on the work that the industry has done, today mobile broadband in terms of penetration, population-wise, we are at 98%. Although our reports up to last year, some point they'll talk about 96.6, but based on some further review, we are at 80%. That is a lot. Like above average, we can be equated to other developed countries in terms of penetration. But of course, we still have challenges there. We talk about devices. So far, if you look at connectivity on the internet, we will say that we have up to 60% of the devices being smart, or smart phones at 60%. Now, we got a 40% gap that we have to deal with. Most of it supported by the feature, communication supported by feature phones and stuff like that. But we think that we need to do more to ensure that each and every citizen is actually given that opportunity to enjoy the benefits arising from digital transformation. And the regulatory intervention, really, while it has been useful, we need to do much more from where we see it. Now, the other bit I just wanted to also share with the rest is that if you look at our licensing framework, especially those in the telco sector, we have the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Now, we've introduced a fourth layer, which we call the community networks. A lot of you who are familiar here with the different regimes of licensing. The community network is basically trying as much as possible to enable individuals, regardless of where they are, to organize themselves, to come together and put in seed capital to be able to avail connectivity to their members or their spaces. Something that is kind of novel. And the success of it will depend on organizing. And I'm happy I'm here with the Mheshimiwa. You got your constituent out there. Organizing those young people, giving them seed capital to be able to avail connectivity in form of internet among themselves, I think is one area that we've seen is going to add a lot of value. Now, just the last bit on the universal access. We all understand that the market is not perfect. What happens where there's market failure? We have government intervention. And the principle of the universal access has led to the establishment of the Universal Service Fund, which is managed by the Communication Authority of Kenya. And the law gives us the power to be able to invest the money in a way that ensures that each and every citizen is actually connected. So where the market has failed, we invest to ensure that individuals or citizens who are largely unserved or underserved also have an equal opportunity. For the last 5 years, what we've done is that we started the project of connecting about 276 sub-locations to give them an opportunity to be on the communication grid. As we speak now, by the end of this year, we will have connected up to 136 of those sub-locations, which is really progress. The next bit is that we're also working with government, especially when it comes to infrastructure, looking at basic services, e-education, e-health, e-agriculture, and e-justice. Those are projects that we think are key, especially when you're trying to make technology relevant to ordinary citizens. So what we've done is that we have actually provided financing to be able, as seed financing, to be able to have those institutions extend their coverage when it comes to service delivery. So in terms of inclusivity, we do not just look at what is happening in the mainstream, at the mainstream market, but we have to think about those people who are outside the grid of connectivity. And we've done a lot more when it comes to Universal Service Fund. So lastly, I think there's issue to do with the content. Meaningful connectivity is that people connect because they want to create value or to find value. And the challenge for us is, what is it that the industry is going to do to ensure that citizens actually find something meaningful when they are connected? And the agenda of digitization of government services, we think, is a first point of call. And we're expecting to see a lot more capacity in terms of usage of resources. In the next few, I'll just say in the next 12 months, given that we're already doing 5,000. So when we add a bit more like the 3,000 services, we should see a lot more activity on the online space when it comes to government services. So there's a lot we can do, we've done, and there's a lot more we can do even in the near future, given the government agenda of digital transformation.
Thank you so much, DG, and for actually broadening the access issue around even licenses, right? So how do you lower the barrier of access to connectivity that then communities can also connect or hyperlocally? Mheshimiwa, I was leaving you last for I think the reason why I thought it would be quite interesting, because you have dual roles, a role as a chair for the ICT committee, but also as a member of parliament. And I thought, to this extent, this was a very much 10,000 feet. It would be interesting to understand the bottom of these conversations. My two questions relating to your roles. One is, as the chair of the ICT committee, you've had, it's accelerating. We need agility. We know that laws always either catch up or stifle innovation. We've had from Cisco, its partnerships. So to what extent are you thinking about agile governance? And I know you and I have been talking about this, of how do we legislate differently in the era of technological acceleration? That's my first point. The second point is, if you can give us that example that I know you're doing in your constituency that is leveraging on connectivity to transform lives. Those two.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Philip. And I've also got to say a big thank you to the organizers and the participants. Clearly, there is need for what we are doing here today. Being half of 2 o'clock, we haven't had lunch, and the hall is still full. That should tell you that we are in the right place, doing the right business at the right time. Now, to connect it to the conversation of agility, it probably would be important to first ask ourselves, what is Parliament doing in such a place, the Connected Summit? We all have to remember what Parliament has been given as a role or roles by the Constitution to do in this country. And the big ones are, of course, Parliament makes laws. So when we talk about agility in venturing into these new frontiers in the digital space, there will also be the other side of it, which shall be driven by governance. And this is not just corporate governance, is what policies are being churned out, what legislation is being put out there, what are the regulations and the regulations frameworks looking like. So in that sense, Parliament becomes a critical stakeholder in this journey. Secondly, we've got to remember that Parliament actually develops budgets. Now, there is so much that has been said here just on the first day of this conference. And each of these things needs to be financed. Even as much as we are calling out for private sector to partner with us, private sector to put in some money, in every single one of the projects that we are seeing, especially the big projects, government is being required to put in some seed capital. So Parliament comes in here to ensure that what is being proclaimed right from the top, because the biggest champion for this drive is actually none other than His Excellency the President. Now, it is for Parliament to ensure that government is also putting money where their mouth is, so that we don't just enumerate what needs to be done, we just don't enumerate the visions, but we also fund these visions. Thirdly, most importantly, government does oversight, Parliament does oversight. Now, we have a very strange relationship with organizations like Communications Authority, because one time, Parliament is CA's boss, but at the same time, Parliament is also depending on CA on a number of things, including technical know-how, value addition in terms of skills and understanding sector, and so on. Now, on the oversight role, when the Digital Impact Alliance was making a presentation here, you can see how high they were putting the issue of governance, because we will have to also have checks, and these checks go beyond the physical brick and mortar checks that we talk about in terms of oversighting. They are now coming up very serious issues that are soft issues to do with what codes will inform the philosophy, what ethics will inform the philosophy going forward, what models of social structures shall be borrowed from our cultures and put into new practices in the new digital space. So oversight is a broad space that brings in Parliament into this discussion. Now, to your question on agility. Now, you can imagine, traditionally, it has been very hard for legislation to catch up with technology. Now, you can imagine how much harder it becomes with the pace at which technology is moving. But now, even for a place like Kenya, the new drive, especially what government is pushing for, and it is being pushed. We had the narrative by George here in the morning, that the head of state declares that by end of year, we shall have Hustler Fund. And a month to the deadline, it is pushed back by a month, meaning that there is so much that needs to get done in such a short time. Now, what we have been thinking as the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation is to rethink how legislation around this space is done. So much so that legislation will be about overarching principles in the space not over-legislating to the minute detail, because by over-legislating to the minute detail, we are also slowing down the progress. We are also over-policing the sector. We are stifling innovation by over-legislating. But some of the learnings we are getting from places like jurisdictions like Estonia is that you can have overarching codes that inform the entire space without going into the very specific detail, so that laws in this space can reflect laws in other spaces. For example, Philip, when you take up the penal code, if someone is a thief, there is no law for someone who stole in a matatu. That is different from someone who stole when they were in a hotel, or different from someone who stole by breaking into their house. The penal code speaks about the theft and the act of stealing, and the offender and the penalties. So in such a way, then we can have laws that are overarching, that allow for maneuver space by players in sector, including government, and that is the philosophy that this committee is toying about with. And I'd like to, at this juncture, also recognize that I've got a member of the Communication and Innovation Committee who has joined us for this discussion. She left from Kisii this morning just to show how important this function is for our committee. The Honorable Irene Mayaka is in the house, and we were talking about ladies. Our committee shall also be presented and represented in the discussion on women in tech. So we shall have the Honorable Jematia Sergon joining the conversation. The final thing I'd like to say before I talk about initiatives that we're putting up in the constituency is agility means also not being stuck in a past. We are running a danger as Kenya of over-romanticizing the past. And the example I'll use is just a generic example, not for any specific reason, to make the point. M-Pesa is an innovation of 2007. Since 2007, we have had 1,000,001 Connect summits and many other summits out there. We as Kenya have to now prove to the world that M-Pesa was not a fluke. So it cannot be M-Pesa. Every other year we come back here, we talk about how big we are in the world because we did M-Pesa. Maybe when M-Pesa comes up, we will now have to probably have another discussion on M-Pesa, not on its success. Maybe we will have to now cut this cadaver of a body called M-Pesa and find out what is inside there in terms of the model that was utilized in arriving at M-Pesa, and see if it is a critical path that can be followed in future innovations, so that we have a bit much more to showcase in 2023 beyond M-Pesa. And that speaks to the sandboxes that are being set up. So if Connected Summit 2023 is a sandbox for texting ideas, then we need to analyze what has been working, how we ended up with M-Pesa happening. In the same discussion, when we talk about agility and juxtapose it with the conversation that was brought by the Prime CS in the morning, there is also a very big risk we run in also trying to be what the Prime CS was describing as people who are obsessed with power and control. Because even our clinging to power and control is also stifling innovation. There are mamas that are coming to Parliament, mamas that, because Parliament is representing the people of Kenya, we are being told that big tech are becoming perennial idea and innovation bandits. Having the economic power that they have, they are being accused by Kenyans of stifling innovation by taking up brilliant ideas from young Kenyans, utilizing them, commercializing them, exploiting them, and not giving the rightful share to the original innovators. So even as we are talking about agility, we will also have to break up other walls within the space. The conversation on dominance is a conversation that comes into this agility conversation we are having, juxtaposing it with the conversation on power and control. we were told of the benefits of breaking up a massive enterprise called Kenya Post and Telecommunication Corporation. And when it was split into the many entities that it gave birth to, we saw how innovation was spurred. In less than a decade, Kenya had leapfrogged to the front of the innovation pile. So even as we build enterprises, let us also think about how we self-regulate to actualize the dream of giving birth to many other innovative centers, so that innovation is not domiciled at one center while government is trying to devolve everything to the smallest unit, so that it gives us an idea to start thinking about if success is working out by going the way of fragmenting, how will fragmenting as an idea spur more innovation going forward? I'm so sorry, Philip, for taking such a long time, but I needed to make that point to show how Parliament comes into this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mheshimiwa.
And given the opportunity, we'll talk about innovation in the Dagoretti constituency much later.
And find him for lunch, because he's doing something very innovative. Real example on connectivity and food. And feeding kids.
Brilliant. And allow me, and this is not a paid advert, let me recognize that in the house we've got Cisco. Give them a round of applause, because you don't know what I'm just about to say. Now, the Dagoretti South constituency is the only constituency in Kenya that has a comprehensive school feeding program. Simple model, hub and spoke. We built a central kitchen in a school called Mokarara Primary School, and out of that kitchen, today, we are serving 17,000 lunches every day. Lunch is prepared in the morning. By around 11, we are already distributing the lunch to all our public schools, and now we are onboarding indigent private schools. Now, where technology comes in is that every child who enrolls on the Dagoretti South Tap to Eat school feeding program is given an armband that they wear. The technology in there is done in partnership with Safaricom and Cisco, and so this child carries their meal card as a wearable technology. So they walk up to the teacher, they scan their armband, and you can be told how much credit you have on your lunch. What is even more amazing is that with that program, the moment we launched, we could see the impact immediately. Attendance rose exponentially, truancy reduced exponentially. More importantly, we started collecting more data about the whole idea of school feeding when we realized that the first days, children were coming with plates. But as we went on, we saw children coming with bowls that they can like containers that they could cover. Meaning that their children who are coming from homes where that is the only meal they will get that day. So out of the 600 grams of food that they get, they can do either 100 or 150 grams, pack everything else to go and share with their siblings at home. And this has brought a massive revolution in the Dagoretti South constituency, maybe one of the reasons why I got re-elected. And now we are even pushing this program to our neighbors. We are now giving some little food to the Dagoretti North constituency, Kabete constituencies as they prepare their kitchens. But the point I wanted to make here is how government, an NGO in the name of Food for Education, Cisco and Safaricom can come up to bring a very simple model that changes everything in a constituency. Thank you very much, Philip.
Thank you so much, KJ. And now you understand the logic, because at some point, technology looks very abstract. But when it's put to this use, you see the real world impact, because sometimes that's the connectivity we don't have. And so with that lunch conversation, let me end by saying this, tying the Dalbach presentation on this. From what I'm understanding as a summary of this panel, one is data is important, but also protecting it and ensuring that it can be used for development. Second thing is technology infrastructure, which includes broadband connectivity and how you ensure that it connects at macro, but also at micro level. Skilling. I want to add reskilling and upskilling. because the reason why Mahesh has been able to do this, I know his skills and reskills. That's why he has that mindset. Fourth one is energy. Power, we should not lose that discussion, because when I hear all of you, whether it's cloud, whether it's Dell, whether it's Cisco, there's energy involved. So can we also see how to invest in that? And maybe in the next Connected, hope we'll have somebody from the energy sector. The fifth one, of course, is the governance of things, which is governance of technology, whether it's regulation, doing it a little bit differently, but also internally these organizations, how they regulate, but also how they govern themselves to be able to invest heavy, but also to ensure that that infrastructure can also provide real use cases, not at that cost, but at a cost that has developmental value. Sixth one is finance. Muesh has mentioned it, but let me add sustainable finance. Because then it's just not one-off, it seems to be something that you can power all through. The seventh one is partnerships. All I hear here is collaboration, partnership in whatever model. So those, for me, are the 7 things I'm picking as potentially what we can add to your country roadmap in terms of how you create a sustainable digital ecosystem. And with that, let me hand it over back to Jeff. Thank you to my panelists, as much as possible, and Victoria.
Another round of applause for them as they have their seats. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Sorry about that. Of course, as you exit the stage, some tokens of appreciation for the wonderful participation and insights you've given us on collaboration and how to move forward as well.
Certainly, Jeff, and the conversations on this stage, food for thought, which is a perfect segue into lunch. So we're going to give you a few more details, housekeeping, because after this, we will not be convening together again until tomorrow. So we have a few breakout sessions just after lunch. Right now it is 2:45-ish. Lunch has been allocated 1 hour. And after that, we'll be going to our breakout sessions. So really quickly on what that breakdown will look like. Plenary right here will be the county forum. And they'll be looking at the role of counties in fostering digital economic growth in Jumuika, which is just outside. That will be breakout session number 2. That will be data protection, shaping a common regional data policy. What do we have after that?
After that, back here, the third plenary session and breakout session, Smart Nations, Smart Cities, and Smart Industries. That happens in this particular room. Then down the corridor, back at Jumuika Hall, the breakout session there is on cyber security, building the region's cyber resilience. Each of those discussions, in the interest of time, will be 1 hour each. So for those panelists and for those interested in those respective conversations, time will be of the essence to be in those particular rooms as well.
That's right. So hopefully the day is over by 5:30. After that, there's some after summit activities. So we'll have the cocktail by Airtel at 5:30. Following that will be dinner by Cisco. That will be at 7:30 p.m. And then there'll be a fireside chat by Dell at 9 p.m. If you have enough energy, please save it for then. But enjoy lunch, network, and we'll be back here for the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good afternoon.
Makes sense, not Ganga.
kidogo kidogo au mara moja kwa urahisi, na ukilipa haraka unaongezwa kikomo chako cha mkopo. Kila unapopata mkopo, 5% ya pesa zitawekwa kwenye akiba kwa akaunti yako, kukuwezesha kuwa na pesa zitakazokufaa wakati wowote. Kujisajili kwa Hustler Fund, piga *254#, kubali masharti ili uweze kupata mikopo na kuweka akiba kwa mtandao wowote. Hustler Fund, jiinue, jiendeleze.
My name is Anthony Muyuro, partner at Deloitte. I'm looking forward to joining and participating in the 12th edition of the Connected Summit. Looking forward to forging new networks, new alliances, and really just to enrich the conversation on how we can digitally enable our country and how we can drive digital transformation and how we can work together to drive our economy forward. Looking forward and see you at the Connected Summit.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future. Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
My name is Chafet Muri. I'm the CEO at Maran Telecom Networks. We are a customer-centric technology company providing fit-for-purpose, turnkey smart technology solutions. As a technology partner of choice, we work with our customers through their solution development journey, from design stage, building POC prototype, deploying minimum viable products, all the way to live product deployment. As a result, our customers have not only deployed viable products, but also streamlined business operations, achieving digital transformation with high impact on net revenues.
I am John Tano, BS ICT and Digital Economy. I invite you to Connected Summit 2023. This is a very important event you cannot afford to miss. This is where we come to discuss issues of ICT and digital economy and how we can transform our economy and our country to be a leader in this space. Thank you.
Register now. www.connected.
Imagine the possibilities. Rooftops, even building surfaces are all energy farms. Smart, power-generating roads that repair themselves. Clean energy everywhere. Cleaner ecosystems. Smart grids and devices that manage power precisely. Waste is used as a touch, leading to greater access and transparency of government actions and service delivery. Promoting inclusivity like never before. Everyone. Personalized stem cell therapies, microbiomes, and micro required. Freeing up all that space for parks, community spaces, even urban farms. Autonomic sensors, interconnected systems, and AI ensure emergency response is rapid, almost real time. Technology is transforming the way we live, enabling unprecedented possibilities for human progress and economic growth.
EU ICT Authority. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the 12th edition of Connected Summit 2023. Karibuni sana.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
We are a leading authorized training provider for IT and business courses. You can get in touch with us on WhatsApp and connect with us on our social media platforms. Computer Learning Center, defining quality in IT and business training.
The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just take journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business, and even digitally deliver public services.
Kenya as a country,
the Internet of Things. Kenya's digital footsteps are so far, over 25,000 kilometers of fiber have been laid across the country. Digital divide on broadband connectivity in Kenya and increasing ICT infrastructure that digital payment services like M-Pesa. And this has increased access to credit and brought about convenience for citizens. The automation of services and introduction of platforms like eCitizen, IFMIS, has made access to publics of the economic pyramid who require credit to upscale their businesses. Our youth have not been left behind. With Ajira, an online job bidding platform gives our youth opportunities to earn online. In the recent past, ICT Authority has partnered with Konza and Tveta to roll out Ajira under the wider Jitume program, through which the youth are learning digital skills so that they can seek paid work online. Through the White Box platform, ICT Authority gives innovators a platform where they can pitch their ideas directly to the government and get technical assistance in the development of their ICT innovations. These innovations are then into technical support to develop the Damu Sasa app that is now supporting efficient access to blood countrywide. Have been born out of connected summits such as Huduma Centers, the Digital Literacy Program, as well as the e-Citizen platform.
Deliberate efforts by the government to roll out programs in our training institutions, starting from basic level, transforming them from analog to digital way of doing things.
The benefits of a flourishing digital economy is the greatest offering we can give to our children and the next generation. And we indeed owe them. We are in this position of leadership at such a time, and it's for us to really ensure we open opportunities for our people to be able to access global opportunities from wherever they are.
Conversations here will go a long way in refining the delivery methodologies for the programs, projects, and initiatives being undertaken by the government of Kenya in order to ensure we not only accelerate their achievements but also embrace all citizens in the journey, irrespective of their geographical locations, in a reimagined public service. The summit will sharpen the role of the ICT sector in our social and economic development.
We hope that this summit this year is going to help us unlock
leverage on technology so that they are able to not just earn jobs by being through the digital jobs which are available in the market, but we use technology to turn
kuweka wifi katika soko na mastage 25,000 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
We cannot underestimate the power of innovation and technology. Therein lies the space for our young people.
Connected Summit 2023.
We salute the ones who see the game differently. The creators want to wake up every day and give the we. Some see connected technology. We see the future.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke.
Your telephony cloud journey with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We make it easier to find your numbers to your users for remote calling properties. And don't worry about scaling afterwards. We will be there to help you every step of the way. Yes, it's really that simple with
I'm the CEO of Computer Learning Center. I'll be attending the event at the Connected Summit in Miami. I'm very proud and privileged to be there, to meet the team and network with the delegates during the 3 days.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
I really deeply believe that you need to give more than what you receive, and that the best reward is the goodness that you will bring into this world. And one of the most innovative programs that I've seen is this solar-powered classroom. It's a concept to bridge the educational divide in areas where you are suffering not only from poverty, but also from lack of access to energy.
The Solar Learning Labs are very important to Dell Technologies because it really embodies all aspects of how we drive social impact. It's fully sustainable. It reuses shipping containers that otherwise would have been discarded, and so it really exemplifies our circular economy. It clearly applies technology to drive transformation in youth and help benefit their education. And all of that together really helps develop this culture of inclusivity that is so important for us to address some of the most complex social issues that we have. When you provide technology access, it's just been incredibly transformative regardless of program, regardless of culture.
Hemos diseñado un espacio que va a ser para el aprendizaje de jóvenes en habilidades del siglo XXI.
Computers has helped me because I've been doing task math and it has been improving my grades from 60 to 98.
We want to open up the opportunity for others to partner with us, and so we're now enabling the crowd-funded approach so that we can scale the impact.
Don't underestimate your capacity to transform the world.
And gentlemen, and welcome to ICPD 25 right here in Nairobi, Kenya.
Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hi, my name is Livewiremas Maritime, ICTA Board Chair. I want to take this opportunity to invite each one of us to 12th edition of Connected Summit that will be happening in Diani from the 2nd to 5th of April. I want to invite us all so that we can explore the opportunities in digital economy. Karibuni and see you there.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. the 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hi, my name is Ashish Malhotra. I'm the CEO for Airtel Kenya, and I'll be attending the 12th edition of the Connected Summit. And I really look forward to meeting you all and taking a lot of learnings. See you soon.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hustler Fund ni mradi wa serikali unaowezesha watu binafsi na wafanyabiashara wadogo kupata mikopo ya bei nafuu na kuweka akiba kupitia simu. Kupitia mradi huu, unaweza kupata mikopo kwa urahisi uweze kutimiza mahitaji yako na ya biashara yako. Mkopo wa Hustler Fund utaupata moja kwa moja kwa simu yako ya aina yoyote popote ulipo, bila kujaza fomu au kutozwa dhamana. Unaweza kupata kiwango chochote cha pesa kutoka shilingi 500 hadi shilingi 50,000 kwa malipo nafuu ya 8% kwa mwaka. Unaweza kuulipa mkopo kidogo kidogo au mara moja kwa urahisi, na ukilipa haraka unaongezwa kikomo chako cha mkopo. Kila unapopata mkopo, 5% ya pesa zitawekwa kwenye akiba kwa akaunti yako, kukuwezesha kuwa na pesa zitakazokufaa wakati wowote. Kujisajili kwa Hustler Fund, piga *254#, kubali masharti ili uweze kupata mikopo na kuweka akiba kwa mtandao wowote. Hustler Fund, jiinue, jiendeleze.
My name is Anthony Muyoro, partner at Deloitte. I'm looking forward to joining and participating in the 12th edition of the Connected Summit. Looking forward to forging new networks, new alliances, and really just to enrich the conversation on how we can digitally enable our country and how we can drive digital transformation and how we can work together to drive our economy forward. Looking forward and see you at the Connected Summit.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future. Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
My name is Chafet Mori. I'm the CEO at Baran Telecom Networks. We are a customer-centric technology company providing fit-for-purpose turnkey smart technology solutions. As a technology partner of choice, we work with our customers through their solution development journey, from design stage, building POC prototype, deploying minimum viable products, all the way to live product deployment. As a result, our customers have not only deployed fiber products, but also streamlined business operations, achieving digital transformation with high impact on net revenues.
I am John Tanu, PS ICT and Digital Economy. I invite you to Connected Summit 2023. This is a very important event you cannot afford to miss. This is where we come to discuss issues of ICT and digital economy and how we can transform our economy and our country to be a leader in this space. Thank you.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Imagine the possibilities. Rooftops, even building surfaces are all energy farms. Smart, power-generating roads that repair themselves. Clean energy everywhere. Cleaner ecosystems. Smart grids and devices that manage power precisely. Even waste is used as an energy source. Synthetic microbes rapidly convert waste to fertilizer for vertical urban agriculture. Roads are made of recycled plastic, making circular economy a reality. Connected citizens participate in community decisions seamlessly. Many government services are available remotely, at a touch, leading to greater access and transparency of government actions and service delivery, promoting inclusivity like never before. Everyone has access to essential goods and services, healthcare, and quality of life. Personal robots assist the elderly and differently abled. AI accelerates medical diagnosis and treatment. Even epidemics are detected early to mitigate their spread. Personalized stem cell therapies, microbiomes, and microbots hold the promise of longer and healthier lives. Autonomous mobility is safe, convenient, and accessible to all. No traffic fatalities. Minimal parking required. Freeing up all that space for parks, community spaces, even urban farms. Autonomic sensors, interconnected systems, and AI ensure emergency response is rapid, almost real time. Technology is transforming the way we live, enabling unprecedented possibilities for human progress and economic growth, making digital cities a reality.
Hello everybody, my name is Stanley Kamanguya, CEO ICT Authority. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the 12th edition of Connected Summit 2023. Karibuni sana.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Computer Learning Center is dedicated to providing the highest quality training to individuals and organizations. We have offices in East and Central Africa, West Africa and the Middle East. We are a leading authorized training provider for IT and business courses. We offer specialized security training with focus on cyber security courses from leading vendors. Our cloud offerings are from leading vendors in the cloud space. We offer online virtual and instructor-led training. Please contact us for all your training needs. You can get in touch with us on WhatsApp and connect with us on our social media platforms. Computer Learning Center, defining quality in IT and business training.
Immaculate Kasait, the Data Commissioner. I'm a lawyer and a woman in tech. I will be attending this year's Connect Summit 2023, and I look forward to interacting with all of you. Welcome to Diana.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just begin his walk here, he began his thinking, creating and developing right here. And so it goes. Africa is the cradle of technology. Kenya's tech journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business, and even digitally deliver public services.
Kenya as a country has made significant investments in the area of ICT.
We are enjoying the newest experiences of robotics, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. Kenya's digital footsteps are on that map, and this is bound to grow further as ICT is now at the core of the Kenyan government. So far, over 25,000 kilometers of fiber have been laid across the country by the government. This has yielded an increased internet penetration. This is but a journey in bridging the digital divide on broadband connectivity in Kenya and increasing ICT infrastructure that will go a long way in reducing the high cost of data and broadband-enabled devices that are required to access digital services. Kenya leads Africa in digital payment services like M-Pesa, and this has increased access to credit and brought about convenience for citizens. The automation of services and introduction of platforms like eCitizen, IFMIS, has made access to public services easy and efficient. The Kenya Kwanza government has also rolled out the Hustler Fund that targets citizens at the lower end of the economic pyramid who require credit to upscale their businesses. Our youth have not been left behind. With Ajira, an online job bidding platform gives our youth opportunities to earn online. In the recent past, ICT Authority has partnered with Konza and Tveta to roll out Ajira under the wider Jitume program, through which the youth are learning digital skills so that they can seek paid work online. Through the White Box platform, ICT Authority gives innovators a platform where they can pitch their ideas directly to the government and get technical assistance in the development of their ICT innovations. These innovations are then incubated to scalable startups. One such startup is Damu Sasa. Kilemi and Aaron are two passionate innovators who were accorded technical support to develop the Damu Sasa app that is now supporting efficient access to blood countrywide. Indeed, this innovation program is one of the outcomes from the 2018 Connected Summit. There are other significant initiatives that have been born out of Connected Summit, such as Huduma Centers, the Digital Literacy Program, as well as the e-Citizen platform, which have all transformed the delivery of public service in terms of digital skills and digital services.
There are deliberate efforts by the government to roll out programs in our training institutions, starting from basic level, so that by the end of the day at an earlier stage, we also get to expose our kids to digital world. When they become of age, they will be conversant with digital and digital life, transforming them from analog to digital way of doing things.
The benefits of a flourishing digital economy is the greatest offering we can give to our children and the next generation. And we indeed owe them. We are in this position of leadership at such a time, and it's for us to really ensure we open opportunities for our people to be able to access global opportunities from wherever they are.
This year's Connected Summit ties in with the overall government transformation agenda to transform our economy through the use of technology. The high-level conversations here will go a long way in refining the delivery methodologies for the programs, projects and initiatives being undertaken by the government of Kenya in order to ensure we not only accelerate their achievements but also embrace all citizens in the journey. The outcomes of this summit will build into efforts for increased efficiency in public service delivery, as well as access of government services by all citizens, irrespective of their geographical locations, in a reimagined public service. The summit will sharpen the role of the ICT sector in our social and economic development.
We hope that this summit this year is going to help us unlock the opportunities that we have in the digital economy.
The frontier where we have got unexploited potential by way of jobs is the digital space. So we want our youth to leverage on technology so that they are able to not just earn jobs by being through the digital jobs which are available in the market, but we use technology to turn our youth into entrepreneurs so that they are able to conduct their businesses driven by technology in their areas of expertise.
Huu mpango wa serikali tunataka kuweka wifi katika soko na mastage 25,000 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
We cannot underestimate the power of innovation and technology. And that is the reason why this first Jamhuri in our 5th administration is dedicated to innovation and technology, because therein lies the space for our young people.
Connected Summit 2023, the digital economy, endless opportunities shaping our future.
We salute the ones who see the game differently. The creators, the innovators. We see the artists and the champions. Those who look beyond, who want to wake up every day and give everything they've got to make an impact on the world. The believers in change, the digital warriors, the you, the me, the we. Some see connected technology.
It's the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world.
We see the future.
Hi, my name is Eric Odipo, Business Development Lead, Sub-Saharan Africa for Silicon over there, and I'm looking forward to meet all of you in the 12th edition of the Connected Summit.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Take the first step in your telephony cloud journey with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We make it easier to find your voice. All you need to do is to select us to be your provider through your Teams admin portal and select which countries you need numbers for. You can get ownership without having to spend a single penny. We will then assign local numbers to your users for remote calling properties. And don't worry about scaling afterwards. We will be there to help you every step of the way. Yes, it's really that simple with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Choose one voice. Choose simplicity.
I'm the CEO of Computer Learning Center. I'll be attending the event at Connected Summit in Diani. I'm very proud and privileged to be there, to meet the team and network with the delegates during the 3 days.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
I really deeply believe that you need to give more than what you receive, and that the best reward is the goodness that you will bring into this world. And one of the most innovative programs that I've seen is this solar-powered classroom. It's a concept to bridge the educational divide in areas where you are suffering not only from poverty, but also from lack of access to energy.
The solar learning labs are very important to Dell Technologies because
del siglo XXI.
Computers has helped me because I've been doing task math and it has been improving my grades from 60 to 98.
we want to open up the opportunity for others to partner with us. And so we're now enabling the crowd-funded approach so that we can scale the impact.
Don't underestimate your capacity to transform the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ICPD 25 right here in Nairobi, Kenya.
Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hi, my name is Livewiremashariki Maritime, ICTA Board Chair. I want to take this opportunity to invite each one of us to 12th edition of Connected Summits that will be happening in Diani from the 2nd to 5th of April. I want to invite us all so that we can explore the opportunities in digital economy. Karibuni and see you there.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hi, my name is Ashish Malhotra. I'm the CEO for Airtel Kenya, and I'll be attending the 12th edition of the Connected Summit. And I really look forward to meeting you all and taking a lot of learnings. See you soon.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Hustler Fund ni mradi wa serikali unaowezesha watu binafsi na wafanyabiashara wadogo kupata mikopo ya bei nafuu na kuweka akiba kupitia simu. Kupitia mradi huu, unaweza kupata mikopo kwa urahisi uweze kutimiza mahitaji yako na ya biashara yako. Mkopo wa Hustler Fund utaupata moja kwa moja kwa simu yako ya aina yoyote popote ulipo. Bila kujaza fomu au kutozwa dhamana, unaweza kupata kiwango chochote cha pesa kutoka shilingi 500 hadi shilingi 50,000 kwa malipo nafuu ya 8% kwa mwaka. Unaweza kuulipa mkopo kidogo kidogo au mara moja kwa urahisi, na ukilipa haraka unaongezwa kikomo chako cha mkopo. Kila unapopata mkopo, 5% ya pesa zitawekwa kwenye akiba kwa akaunti yako, kukuwezesha kuwa na pesa zitakazokufaa wakati wowote. Kujisajili kwa Hustler Fund, piga *254#, kubali masharti ili uweze kupata mikopo na kuweka akiba kwa mtandao wowote. Hustler Fund, jiinue, jiendeleze.
My name is Anthony Muyuro, partner at Deloitte. I'm looking forward to joining and participating in the 12th edition of the Connected Summit. Looking forward to forging new networks, new alliances, and really just to enrich the conversation on how we can digitally enable our country and how we can drive digital transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to start on our first plenary session after lunch, I'd ask those who are at the back to please come on closer to the front, because the rest of your colleagues are in the other room, so you might as well come a bit closer. 5 minutes or so, we start. Thank you so much. For those at the back, please come on a bit closer to the front as we get to start. We start in the next couple of minutes. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Habari yako?
The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
My name is Chavez Murray. I'm the CEO at Meran Telecom Networks. We are a customer-centric technology company, providing fit-for-purpose, turnkey smart technology solutions. As a technology partner of choice, we work with our customers through their solution development journey, from design stage, building POC prototype, deploying minimum viable products, all the way to live product deployment. As a result, our customers have not only deployed fiber products, but also streamlined business operations, achieving digital transformation with high impact on net revenues.
I am John Tano, PS ICT and Digital Economy. I invite you to Connected Summit 2023. This is a very important event you cannot afford to miss. This is where we come to discuss issues of ICT and digital economy and how we can transform our economy and our country to be a leader in this space. Thank you.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Imagine the possibilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, even before we start, a repeated request that your MC is getting. For those who have just joined us, are seated at the back, could you please come on closer to the front, if you'd be so kind? For all those of us who are probably getting in now, please come on closer to the front. For those who have already taken their seats at the back, if you could please be so kind as to come a bit closer to the front before we start. We start in the next couple of minutes, waiting for a keynote speaker to get in, then we start in the next 2 minutes or so. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for making time to be here this particular afternoon as we get into our first plenary discussion after lunch. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break, made some connections as well right there. We'll keep them happening all throughout this particular forum and event, not only during these sessions, but even that we'll be having this afternoon is on the role of counties in fostering digital economic growth. A pertinent discussion to have and a very able panel and audience as well to go through that particular discussion. This afternoon, I'd also like to recognize the presence of a self-confessed guinea pig. He said, if you're a tech partner, want to try something, any experiment, go to his county. He's willing and very able to make it happen. I'm talking about the governor of Elgeyo-Marakwet, His Excellency Wesley Rotich. Many thanks for being here this particular afternoon. Still on counties, also joined by Governor of Tharaka Nithi, Governor Muthomi Njuki. Many thanks for making time to be here this particular afternoon. And we're also joined by the Principal Secretary, Devolution. That will happen right here as we get into that particular discussion. Also, keynote at this point, I remember saying that all of us have gone to enjoy a sumptuous lunch, and that is true. But let us remember, we do have our Muslim brothers and sisters who are still observing Ramadan and going through their fast. Quick reminder, if you're part of that, we will be having our iftar at the main restaurant at 6.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. We've got 2 county government governors here with us. Karibu sana and welcome. PS, we're happy to have you in the room. This is your docket, Devolution, so we're happy that you're here to carry the discussion through. I think already the stage was ably and well set in the morning when His Excellency Wesley from Elgeyo-Marakwet was quite clear and crisp about what it is and how it is that we need to be dealing with matters of digitalization and digital transformation within counties. So without too much ado, I'm just going to turn to each of my panelists and I'll give each of them just 3 minutes to say who they are and what they do and what they bring into this conversation. Remember, we want to see how we can foster and ensure that we can enhance digital transformation within counties. This is extremely important, as we all know. I think, and just a bit of a segue into this, earlier on, just before we broke for lunch, the Director General of the CA said that only 60% of Kenyans actually have access to smart gadgets. So, but I was happy when the governor also said that he had actually waived the wayleaves for last mile connectivity and for the cable within his county. So I will start from my far right. Please go ahead from Huawei.
For Communications Authority of Kenya, the ICT regulator, but I work in a department called the Universal Service Fund. This is a fund administered and managed by the Communications Authority of Kenya. We normally levy all the licensees of the authority 0.5% of their gross annual revenue. And once the fund is in a kitty, we design projects for the unserved and underserved areas of Kenya.
So Paul, if I could just jump in right there.
Yes.
What are you doing in
to 3G or 4G broadband? In the first phase, we connected 78 sublocations at a cost of 1.25 billion. In the coast, we are in Kwale and Kilifi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas, ICTA and County, what's your history, what is the plan, and what do you expect for the next financial year?
Thank you, Michael. My name is Thomas Odhiambo. I'm the Acting Director of Programs and Standards at the ICT Authority. So for ICT Authority, we've engaged, part of our mandate is, the first mandate is to develop standards for the human resource, infrastructure, the applications that are used in the public service. So in that regard, we've developed 8 standards in 11 domains, guiding all the development of the infrastructure, HR, applications, and so on. And this is in use in national government and the counties as well. For counties, we did develop with them what we are calling the county roadmaps, and we did for all the 47 counties. So the first county administrations were guided by the county roadmaps, which were developed by the help of the ICT authority. We still engage with counties on a need basis to help them develop the ICT strategies, and also when they're reviewing some of the applications that they do engage in. Of course, the national government, the e-citizen that is run by the authority, would be a case in point that we probably want to replicate cascade downstream. But as well, we know that there are counties who've had very good success stories in application they want, which probably also the national government could also look at. We're also running key projects, Michael, which also we relate with the county. The Presidential Digital Talent Program, where we take 400 interns every year. We have some we allocate to counties, and we work in that regard. We have the County Connectivity Project, where we've connected all the counties to themselves and to the national government, and of course the National Optic Fiber Backbone, for which we want to scale up to the 100,000 kilometers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Ali now, and Ali is actually from Kwale County. So the two things the gentlemen have just said, are they reality?
Yep, my name is Ali Joto, CCICT, Kwale County. Yeah, it is true that the national government has collaborated with counties to ensure that we have the infrastructure, the basic infrastructure, because that is basically what we need as a foundation to ensure that we can develop digitally in the county. So that has happened. We're still looking forward to collaborating more with them, so that we ensure that we ensure that we can spur economic growth. What we've done so far as a county is that we have harnessed what the national government have provided to us, and we have developed systems to ensure that we grow economically. We have systems like the revenue collection system that we have implemented in this county. It has been voted amongst the best, the top 3 in the county, and most of the counties are looking forward to coming to Kwale to learn about this county, including the national government. So we are proud of it because it has, because of the digital transformation that we have had in that sector, we've been able to raise our revenue, and we're hoping that we can continue digitizing most of the areas so that we are able to improve even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Audience, I will be coming to the audience in a short while also to engage with you and with them, but I'm going to go to the Chief Officer from Nyandarua County. Beyond financial systems, are there any other uses for digitization within the counties? And what do you think, or what do you see for the people who are sitting in this room? Because there's various different partners, there's various different organizations. What are the opportunities that are available?
Thank you so much. My name is Peris Mwangi from Nyandarua County. Now, we have opportunities within the county, and we have systems that we've developed. We have a pre-tender qualification system that can be picked up by other counties or the national government. We also have a bursary system where we are able to determine who qualifies for the bursary, do up to 80% checks, so we are able to identify and render the funds. So we can have that for the counties. We can do inter-county sales, so they can buy the systems from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Narrow County, tell us what you do, tell us your name, and welcome. Karibu sana.
Thank you. My name is Penina Sarisar. I work in the Department of ICT and e-government as a director. What I do at the county mostly is help develop and implement the policies and plans for ICT. Like currently, we're working with ICT Authority to develop our current roadmaps, which expired around 2020, the first roadmaps. So we also help collaborate with the other departments. Like currently, we are helping the finance department come up with a revenue system. Previously, we were using an agency model, but right now we are doing our own revenue system. So we cut across. We help departments come up with solutions for ICT, infrastructure for them, all that.
Rona, as you introduce yourself, I want you to be a bit more specific, and I need you to delve into a bit deeper that from where you sit and from what you do, how can we, and those of us sitting in this room, possibly do things in a different way that will enhance and ensure that the whole discussion around digital transformation within counties becomes anchored and it's not just a talk shop that we're constantly speaking about?
Thank you very much. My name is Alfred Ngeno. I'm at the board at ICTA. Right now, the biggest policy that we're trying to really push through is the digital superhighway. Majority of the fiber that is being rolled out is actually at the county level. And the fact is that most of the fiber right now has reached sub-county level, but we feel like the last mile is very important for collaboration and things like Wi-Fi. What we want to do differently is to enhance collaboration between different counties, especially from an application perspective. And what we've seen as an institution and from a government perspective is there are very good policies, but they are sitting on desks. What we want is reality, especially in terms of applications. Narok County could be having a very good application in terms of ERP, while as maybe Nakuru County does not have that application or is using another application. So can we collaborate and share these applications and way that we can be able to assist each other?
Thank you. So just before I go to Huawei, Governor from Tharaka Nithi, Muthoni Njuki, you've just heard ICTA saying that there's a lot of policies that are just sitting and counties are not adopting them. This is your second term as governor. Tell us what you've adopted, tell us what you have, and tell us what we can learn from you and some of the things that we need to be doing.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you was not talking about my county, that's why you picked on me. Because yes, I agree that the fiber connectivity in this country has improved within the last few years. There's a lot of digitalization around the county headquarters. But unfortunately, where it's required, and mostly that is commercial centers, because the ICT authority with the backup of the ministry targeted the county headquarters basically. That was the first directive. But in commercial centers where we require this fiber,
it can be a problem. So
for the SME, that is where the big problem is. However, I do also agree that the counties may not have done much in terms of adapting and domesticating policy matters as far as ICT is concerned, because of lack of publicity involvement of the counties themselves in rolling out this network. I was just talking to Stan a few minutes ago, and we discovered that he has been able to do, or rather ICT authority has been able to roll out network in one of my local towns, in the market and around the government offices. But I was telling Stan that it is not possible for us to have Wi-Fi in the market and don't hear it from Mamambogas. They would have screamed about it by now. And all he did is just he did a quick checkup and found out that yes, they did input the system, but it was not switched off. Why? Because they felt that they needed to involve the government so that we can be, and the politicians, for us to be able to market and be able to have synergy between the providers and the users. So I think that lack of synergy is what has made even the policies stall. I know that very many counties have made efforts to be able to have their own ICT policies, but we need to be synergy with what is happening at the national level.
So I think I want to go straight to the chair of the ICT, who's also a governor, about synergy and about cross-sharing of information, cross-sharing of best practice. As you've heard what Gandara just said that they have, you're also hearing what Narok has. Is that happening? And if it is happening, can you give us some examples and how and where people from the private sector can actually plug in? Where are the places that you want people to plug in?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to appreciate our panelists who have done a good job. And secondly, to say that as counties, as I said earlier, is that we have a challenge between all sectors playing in this digital industry, whereby all of us are in Nairobi, including ICT Authority, CAK, everyone is in Nairobi. Whatever they do, none of the 47 counties are aware. When you come to my county, they will only come and go. So you don't even know what is there. Some counties, I will shock you, may not even be knowing that there is a fiber passing through their county. They may not know that there is Safaricom, there is Jamii Telecom, there is the North B. So no one may easily be knowing because of information sharing. And that is why I told the CS that we are donating to you all our 47 CECs so that they can be able to be the agents at the county level so that we can actually spur this transformation. We have a lot of policies, as we've said, that are lying. The only opportunities that I would want to tell our partners who are here today is that there are two things into this. There is government and there is spurring private sector in terms of businesses. Government is when I want to automate my revenue system. It doesn't end with me automating revenue system or having an ERP system in government. I can digitize everything in counties, and nothing is happening in the private sector in terms of spurring businesses. So there are opportunities in terms of helping businesses grow at our counties, and specifically there are so many sectors. For example, if you are an IT tech company here, if you go to a county and you develop a good system to probably manage cooperatives, farmer cooperatives, like for example milk collection system, tea, all that, we have huge potential because our cooperatives collapse because of lack of good records and farmers lose hope, yet they are good engines of development. You can go to health sector, you will find a huge opportunity in digitizing health records. I have 138 health facilities. When I go every time to a different hospital within my county, I will be again taken to the lab and then diagnose that I'm a diabetic, especially for those who don't understand their health status. So why don't we just have a health system within my county where if my ID is populated in any of my 138 facilities, it can also show that I'm a diabetic. The last drug I was given was this, and the doctor can pick up from there instead of just doing it and doing it again anytime. So we also have a lot of other opportunities in managing circles, women groups, all that. We have so much in agriculture extension services. We have a lot of opportunities for our partners here to come down to the counties, and you will grow much faster than actually squeezing yourselves in Nairobi, and eventually you are competing from one office, you leave, another person comes. Come to all the 47 counties. The market is too big for you. It's not even enough to. And what we have developed as a county, as TOG, headed by myself and the council, is that from last month, 2 months ago, we have identified one champion in every county who will be uploading best practice. So, for example, he didn't lie. Kwale as one of the best revenue generation system. It is my role as chair of ICT to advise my 47 governors that if you want a good revenue management system, go to Kwale. You can imagine a tech company which is here. If you did something good in my county, I will link you to 46 other counties to give you market. So there is a huge opportunity at the counties. That's why I said, Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. So, Huawei, or some other people say, how are you? Huawei, from what he has just said, what are the difficulties as private sector that need to be unlocked when working with our county governments? Or what are the excellent things that other partners or other businesses in this room do not know about that should then encourage them to work with the 47 counties, as has just been said by the chair of the COG ICT?
Yes, so thank you very much. I'm Steve Kamuya, director working in Huawei, the enterprise. And Huawei is, we are playing in the tech space as basically an ICT infrastructure. And I'll pick from what the governor said. I think one of the challenge which is there, of course, essentially, is where we had been playing in the space of working with the national government. where we deployed our solution in building almost 9,000 kilometers of North Bay. So where I see one of the biggest challenge is about, again, coming down to connectivity. How do we find synergies in terms of budget allocations, especially towards the last mile connectivity? Think about that dispensary or a facility like TVET, which is part of the devolved function, which is a bit remote, but there's still no connectivity. And while the national government is building the backbone, how about the county governments takes or sets apart some budget? You know, that brings ownership. We know that it's a bit difficult to get a budget, but that is one of the things which we think, you know, it can be a plus, you know, when you set some budget and bring the last connectivity to your facilities. One of the things you've done in a way in the space of telemedicine is a good case we did is we connected Gabatura, which is a sub-county hospital, to Isiolo and back to KNH, Kenyatta National Hospital, through telemedicine. And through that pilot project, one of the thing we learned is that health officer who is in quite a remote health facility can be able to get guidance from the experts in other, you know, the upper layer of the you know, the health sector. And then I think health sector is one of the area which the county can focus, and we see how we can digitize. Normally we say a healthy nation is a working nation. The other area I'm thinking is terms of platforms, whereby the county governments, through connectivity, again I will focus on our speciality, we can have a lot of the e-government, which can increase the efficiency. But how do we bring the synergies so that whatever resources different county governments have can build together? And some of it I'm thinking about, for example, we have a national data center in Konza. You may not need every county, for example, to build a data center. You can have your data running in Konza. And then you reserve that challenge of budget to do something else, which can be of great importance to the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the audience because I think it's important that we bring other voices into the room. So I'm going to go to CRA. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Joseph Kuria, Director with the Commission on Revenue Allocation. It's a commission that determines the revenue share, equitable revenue share between the national government and the county governments, and also amongst the county governments, and also advising and recommending financing, financial management with the county governments, and also revenue enhancement. It's a privilege to actually listen to the very able panelists and also His Excellency Wesley on this contribution which is going on, which is very, very, very nice. I want to bring my 2 cents here. And this is just to bring to the perspective the power of the ICT. In 2013-2014, the Commission on Revenue Allocation developed guidance on revenue automation. The very first county that took up those guidance was Kiambu. The revenue was 600 million. Within 6 months, it was 3 billion. So they had actually recouped the amount they had actually done. Recently, we did a county-owned revenue potential study together with the World Bank. And you can imagine, the county's potential is 316 billion. What they target to correct is 53 billion. What they achieve is only that 1 billion. So you can imagine that now, through the ICT system, they're able to correct the 316 billion plus the 216 billion plus the 370 billion that we normally give them. That's about $500 billion to the counties that can actually go to the development. But we are talking about automation, but there is one big elephant in the room, and that is why one of the speakers there talked about collaboration and sharing, and I think that could cure. And that's the political elephant. The counties that done very well, like Kiambu, when the governors come and they go with the system, they go with the people and destabilize the whole thing, and then it is all over again, you know? So you realize that one that is doing very well, and we have done a research on all the revenue systems that are going on in the county as part of Presidential Multi-Agency Task Force on Integrated County Revenue Management System. And we were amazed by Kwale County, and I was hoping the CEC would give a little bit more punch on it. Because out of a score of 100, they actually got 93%, followed by Bungoma, which got about 89% thereabout. But there is one thing that you realize, that these are people who have actually decided enough is enough, and they will develop their own as a county to cure the political mischief, because the governor cannot come and kick the system that has been developed internally. And I believe that these are some of the things that you can be able to do as Council of Governors, the way they have indicated, and the Council of Governors is part of the co-chair of the Integrated Revenue Management System Task Force, together with National Treasury. CRA is a secretariat, and I believe you'll be able to cure that particular space, so that even if you don't get the 216 billion, we can actually get the probably 200 billion there and be able to unlock. The other thing, within the county, so much has happened in there, but out of the 14 devolved functions, all those functions, they actually collect revenue, they actually have their own systems for different functions, but they don't speak. Can we break the silos and have one system in the counties? Probably maybe one revenue management system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. And what he said is quite true about new governments coming in and throwing out the whole systems and everything. And I can speak authoritatively about that, because when I first worked in the county of Kisumu, and I was then the CEC also in charge of ICT, we did develop a system that you were able, from anywhere in the world, to file in your planning, and within 21 days, you could get approval and you could track it. You could track exactly where the problem was, who was responsible, and who was holding it back. When the new governor came in, he did exactly what he said. He threw the whole system out. So at this point, I want to call upon the national government, which is the principal secretary, to also give in a few words, because it's important that she speaks. But as she speaks, I always said this when I was at the county, and I still maintain the same position. This country has 48 governments, and the counties must always be respected as counties. And I'm a very strong defender of counties, because I know, after working in a county, what the possibilities are for this country, what can be done, and what they do. So, Madam Principal Secretary, I'm actually calling you to do the closing statements, because time has actually ended, and I'll call you up onto the stage so you can give us some closing comments. Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, our very able panelists, for such an elaborate discussion around the counties and the national government. I have a written speech, which I'll do shortly. The role of this State Department is to ensure the two levels of government are working harmoniously. They are independent, but they must work together for service delivery to the people of this country. And I think listening to Governor, listening to the Chair ICT Council of Governors, maybe what we have lacked, and listening to CRA, maybe we need more of a coordinated approach towards the many issues we have, so that we get value for the resources we have, which are very limited, and the needs are so huge. So at this point, please allow me to read my speech so that we conclude in the interest of time. Our governors present, Chair, Council of Governor, ICT Committee, Governor Meru County, Chair ICT Authority, CEOs present. I think I had my colleague PSS. I believe they are still in. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to be here today to engage the ICT sector on one of the most important topics for our country's development agenda, fostering digital economic growth within the context of the devolved system of government. I note that the Connected Summit has been taking place annually, and this is the 12th edition. The summit convenes top-tier global ICT thought leaders, policymakers and champions to foster innovative ideas and partnerships that leverage technology through high-level discussions that inspire investments and drive progress in realizing a shared development agenda. Mine is to be inspired by how all this interfaces with efficient implementation of devolution in delivery of services. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to echo my sentiments on what stands before this great nation concerning creating opportunities to exploit the digital economy as a growth driver. The point here is that technological innovation will bring about growth, since technology is an enabler of economic growth. If Kenya does not think big about digital development and the incremental pace of economic and social advancement, too many of Kenya's expanding young youth population will be denied the opportunity to live up to their potential. Fortunately, digital technologies offer a chance to disrupt this trajectory. The digital economy is unlocking new pathways for rapid economic growth, innovation, job creation, and access to services that would have been unimaginable only a decade ago. I wish to also bring to our attention that there is also a growing digital divide. This is what I call pockets of inequality, places where the laying of the infrastructure is yet to be reached, places and populations that are yet to be connected, and finally, the cost of gadgets, especially smart handheld gadgets. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we harness opportunities in the digital economy to realize economic growth? I see the summit brings all the great and top minds in the country, stakeholders from all sectors, academia, business, industry, government, and global leaders. The responsibility is on us to strategically analyze the trends, review opportunities, minimize challenges, and develop policy actions as a government to accelerate the digital economy. Opportunities abound in digital trade, e-commerce, e-medicine, manufacturing gadgets, digitalization, creativity, and leisure, such as EDJ and automation of government services and business processes. The aim of Kenya Vision 2030 is to create a globally competitive and prosperous country within a high quality of life by 2030. It aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing, middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment. Notable in the Vision 2020 blueprint are the outcomes of industrialization and the status of middle-income country. Holding up the overarching vision are the three pillars: the economic and micro pillar, the political pillar, and the social pillar. These pillars are buttresses to enablers and are key among being information communication technology. Consequently, the digital economy is a strategic priority in achieving growth and economic development. The Kenya Kwanza Government Manifesto, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, commonly known as BETA, 2022 to 2027, has identified 5 core pillars: agriculture, micro and small medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, and creative economy. Under the digital superhighway, Kenya Kwanza government is committed to the following: universal broadband availability through the country within 5 years, enhance government service delivery through digitization and automation of all government processes, establish Africa Regional Hub and promote the development of software for exports, reduce the cost of calls and data to allow the youth to use online platform for entertainment, information, and business. Establish a Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology Policy to ensure a whole government approach to technological development and use and build necessary capacities across government. To strengthen the Konza Technopolis, to bring together industry, academic institutions, and other innovators to co-invest in emerging technologies to create high-quality jobs that leverage artificial intelligence, robotics, and other technologies, and thus enhance our regional and global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve Vision 2030's overarching goal and the objectives of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, it is imperative that county governments are equitably empowered and all citizens be presented with opportunities to access the digital economy. Promoting social and economic development and the provision of proximity, easily accessible services throughout the country is one of the objects of devolution. It is important to note this consistently aligns with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In the course of the decade, the success of devolution has continued to depend on various factors, including proper planning, efficient resource allocation, and effective implementation. Today, as we engage in this great connected summit, the question is how to leverage on digital economy dividends for economic growth within the counties. Integrating digital technologies will, in a big way, support county government in executing their mandates and functions of service delivery, attracting investments, and accelerating economic growth. Digitization of county operations is paramount in enhancing efficiency in government processes. Digital platform and tools such as e-procurement systems, revenue collection and management systems, and other applications can enable citizens to easily access information about government policies, tenders, and contracts. This will equally enhance transparency and accountability, which will ensure value for money. Digital friends and colleagues, being in the space of top-tier global ICT thought leaders and policymakers, I look forward to robust dialogue, but more importantly, partnership to support the implementation of devolution through digital innovation. Let me elaborate. Coordination, consultation, and collaborations between the two levels of government is vital, hence the need for the application of digital such as video conferencing to enhance quick communication and liaison, and prompt decision-making leading to better and coordinated implementation of development projects. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID pandemic demonstrated the need for digital transformation in healthcare services. County government can leverage data analytics from the several health information systems to accurately map community health priorities and need, and therefore plan and implement accordingly. Digital tools like health management information system can also help efficiently allocate resources and monitor progress. County technical and training institutes and technical and vocational education and training, the TVETs, are the heart of the Kenya Kwanza government manifesto. To this end, Kenya Kwanza government has proposed to establish MSME Business Development Center in every ward and industrial park and business incubation center in every TVET institution. Opportunities abound in this space by using digital tools to modernize the technical training enterprises. This includes equipping young people and entrepreneurs with digital skills to position them to be competitive in the global economy. It is vital for the two levels of government and the private sector to work together to ensure the connectivity of these training institutes to the fiber network grid. Curriculums and other learning materials need to be digitized to enhance access to students in remote parts of the country. This initiative would contribute to the achievement of national broadband strategy. The several digitization targets that the government has set out, county administrative centers, county innovation hubs, digital villages, and commercial centers, needs to be linked to the flagship digital superhighway. The Office of the Deputy President has been charged with ensuring synergies between the two levels of government in implementing these initiatives. This is intended to enable citizens to experience economic transformation. I challenge this forum to deliberate on digital solutions such as digitized project management tools and project dashboards for ease of tracking, monitoring, and coordination of projects. Finally, counties adopting digital transformation can empower citizens and promote citizen engagement. With digital tools like social media and mobile apps, citizens can voice their opinion and provide feedback on county government projects. This can help identify community needs and ensure that development projects meet the needs of the people. Again, here is a pose of challenge to this forum: to craft solutions to automate public participation and social accountability. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, it is imperative for the business and the private sector actors in the room to partner with State Department for Devolution to support county governments in adopting and using integrated digital technologies. The successes of devolution will only be realized when efficient communication, planning, transparency, and vibrant citizen engagement exists. The Office of the Deputy President, through the State Department for Devolution, is committed in spearheading this ICT transformation agenda in our counties in liaison with the Council of Governors, State Department for Information, Communication, and Digital Economy, and ICT Authority. As a country, we need to embrace digital transformation as set out by the President through the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto and leverage the digital economy power to achieve our development goals. Thank you, and God bless you.
A better round of applause, please. So the whole purpose of Connected Kenya, as we all know, is to be able to get access and to also to be able to provide opportunities to challenges that we may have. There's a particular ask that the governor for Tharaka Nithi County has, and he's also the chair of the Health Committee, so I will give him an opportunity to make his ask. Governor, please. And you can do it at the podium. Sure.
PS, I beg your indulgence for speaking after you, but I realize that everything here is digital, so if the program was digitalized, prearranged. I came all the way from North Coast, where I was holding a workshop on, actually the first workshop in Kenya on Public Health International Conference, which hasn't been held before. And when I was told ICT, the whole of ICT is here, I said I'll come here and tell you the naked truth. You know, there's a difference between the truth and the naked truth. And this was been provoked mostly by CRA because of what is happening in the counties and lack of synergy with the national government. We have to be alive to the fact that yes, devolution took place, it's still very young. And one of the biggest challenges in devolution is having standardized systems in accounting, where every county is having its own system for accounting. And I want us to, for a minute, just think about what is a system. And I will give you an example of what is happening so you can figure out what I'm talking about. In Kanidi, we decided to automate our system for revenue collection because the previous government had not done anything and they were only collecting a patchy 51 million in a county that we are now able to collect 256 million. Of course, the CRA tells us our potential is 700. So when I got the system, which I borrowed from what Nairobi was using, about 3 months after the system was commissioned, we were using, because we were using some gadgets they call, what do you call them? PDQs, you know, for collecting revenue. That is offline, you know, they are not online. You go and feed them. At the end of the day, you take them and then they are online. So after about 3 months, all the PDQs, about 600 of them, only 150 were working. So the others, you were told, they were rained on. There was extreme heat, and we had a heap in the store. So lost resources, and our revenue started going down. Then in a bus stop where we decided to automate the bus stop because we were losing revenue, we installed a system where when a matatu gets into the bus stop, they pick a receipt. They get a card, actually, not a receipt. On their way out, they have to pay for the matatu to be let out by the system. So I was very happy because we had gotten rid of a lot of human errors. But after about 2 months, the cards that we had given, about 200 of them, only 60 were available. The rest had disappeared. And apparently they had said these customers, you had disappeared with them. Funny enough, when you lose a card, you are supposed to pay. But they were paying for the cards, 1,000 shillings. So I realized later, after investigation, it's our staff who were actually losing the cards and paying the 1,000 bob because it's cheaper to pay for the 1,000 bob than have that system working. Then the last one, we have put it very well, and I will not name the county, where you said the system usually goes with the new governor. So one of my friends who is a new governor, I got a win that he had gotten rid of the county system that apparently was supposed to be very good, and asked him, what is the problem? He tells me that the way that system was set, if you feed 14 shillings, it was reporting 10 shillings. So I asked him, instead of removing the system and leaving it not to work, why didn't you just make it feed 15, but at least continue working? It will still collect some money for you. And to now, of course, that county is not having any system. My question is, and I said that is why before I go to the health, I needed to ask, there's highest authority in this office, in this land in Kenya, ICT authority, very authoritative, with the whole ministry and the systems and including Concert Technopolis. Why is it so hard to come up with one system that is equivalent to what we see in accounting called Oracle and the rest, that counties can be able to adopt, and if they have to make changes, they just domesticate something very small to suit maybe an extra revenue stream that the other county does not have, so that we don't have to have a system that is challenged, because the government does not belong to any individual. It does not belong to any governor. The government belongs to the people. It's one government. We'll be having 2 levels. But as long as we continue having these differences in terms of every county is at liberty to do their own system, then it will only remain a mirage, because I may do a system that suits me, another county may do a system that suits their needs, and eventually this system don't work for the people. And lastly, health in our country, which I chair the Committee on the Council of Governors on the Health. It is one of the departments among the devolved 14 departments or functions that are really suffered because of having no systems at all. Medicine is lost in the counties because of lack of accounting system. HR is unmanageable because you tell a doctor, please queue in with the biometric, and he tells you, I have different working hours. They're supposed to work for 8 hours in a day, about 40 hours in a week, but they'll tell you I have different working hours. Sometimes I come at night, sometimes I have off duty. There should be a system really that can help us be able to account for the time that this HR or the health workers usually utilize in our health facilities, without having to mention what our patients go through in busy hospitals, where when you have no queuing system that is working, the ones who are vulnerable and have no way of knowing around in their hospitals, and sometimes they don't have a means of even being able to communicate, will spend all day at the queue, while people, or rather the ones who know the patients, are being cleared. But if you had one system in the hospitals that can be able to take care of the queuing system, the HR, managing the commodities distribution, and even being able to communicate to different facilities in terms of records, because you can imagine a patient is treated in facility number 1. When they get sick next week in a different facility in another part of the county, they have no records and they can't remember what they were prescribed, and the doctor gives me the same drugs or even worse drugs than that were prescribed. There is no history, and therefore we continue killing our people because we don't have a system that are working in the rest of the world. So it's a challenge to you, the ICT authority. The counties are open to definitely proposals on what can make things work better, but I know the future of devolution, as our peers has put it, is ICT. Without that, we are nothing but just a guinea pig that will never find its way out of the workshop. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to wind up, but the great thing about Connected, it means that we're all here, and you can still interact with every single person that is actually here. So very quickly, I want to do a quick wrap up of who's in the room and who you need to connect with and how they fit into what you do. So anybody interested in Communications Authority of Kenya and anybody interested in working around the Universal Service Fund, the man is here. Anybody interested in the new agenda going forward, the roadmaps for the counties, for all the 47 counties, there's 2 people here from ICTA who's in charge of that process. That is this gentleman here and that other gentleman there. Don't try to create new things. Financial systems that are working and are working well, already we have Kwale County. And then also, if you've got interesting things, you already know that you have a county that is interested in technology. So you have Kwale there. Then also, interestingly enough, you also have different things and systems that are currently running very successfully in Nyandarua. She's here, engage with her and find out more and also get some more insights. If you want to understand how counties work, especially at the director level and what actually happens, you have her here from Nyandarua. Sorry, she's from, that's Nyandarua and this is Narrow County and Nyandarua. And then finally, if you find out, if you're big business and you're wondering that how is it that I can get into county businesses and how do they work, Wawe is also here. But let me not finish there. There's some people in the audience who I want to point out very quickly for you. So we've got 2 governors who are currently present who are here. I trust and I believe that some of them may extend their schedule and stay for a bit longer. But beyond that, at the national level, within the National Assembly, there is a member of the ICT committee that sits in Parliament. Mheshimiwa Nerea, could you please stand up so people can just see you? Just turn around so they can see you. Engage with her. So if you want to know or you're wondering about policies and different things and how they work and how to get in, she's here, and she's the person that you need to connect with and also engage with. P.S., you have a big responsibility from what you've probably heard, from what everybody has said. I think the everything actually stops at your desks now, and I'll say that for this reason. Anybody in this room who uses Uber? Anybody uses Uber? Ah, you all do, isn't it? So guess what? Uber does not own the system that runs it. It runs on SAP. It has never bought it. It never developed it for it. If we're talking about being global and world-class, let us take seriously what the two governors have said and be informed by that. Imagine if every single county decided to have its own M-Pesa system. Are we together? So can we look at things from that perspective? So I want to thank you all for your time and for being in this room this afternoon, even though we're late. My name is Michael Onyango, and I'm Googleable. Thank you very much. So I just want to ask, could I get both? Yes, okay, sorry, the governor wants to, let me.
To go up there. There is one last thing I wanted to request. I don't know if the MPs are here and the senators. Yes, my sister. And also ICT Authority and the Ministry. Chair is here. I don't know what we can do to have it as an outcome of this conference, whereby we incentivize private sector to do last mile connectivity, even to the lowest level, where I can start a business actually to be selling it, or I don't know how to be connecting people in the village. We make it so easy so that it's not Safaricom, it's not the big boys doing it even to the smallest level. It can be another big job creation, and we'll move much faster. Just like what Safaricom did in terms of M-Pesa, having it at the agent level, we can have connectivity done in such a model where after you deliver it to a certain place, we leave it to young people to start running it. We will penetrate the entire country in a shorter period. I don't know if it will need a policy, it will need anything, I don't know. But we just need to figure out a way to make it very easy for our young people to go into that space. Thank you.
I think there's so many opportunities that he's speaking about that are now up for grabs to the people in this audience. Unfortunately, I do have to respectfully stop here because another session must go on. But I'm going to ask that could I please get the governors to come forward, the PS to come forward, Mheshimiwa come forward, and the ICT people also please come forward so we can do one photograph here. Thank you. Please come and stand. Yes, please come. Yes, we'll just do one. We'll do a photo with everybody.
I think as they do that, our photographers will advise on the arrangement if it's proper, if you're getting that photo finish that you want. Let's guide them accordingly. And for those on stage, we shall listen to our photographers on how they want that arrangement done. So yes, are they good? Want a bit of a change height-wise? Okay. A bit of gender sensitivity as well, are we fine? We're kind of fine. What needs to be changed? Okay, do we have the shot in the interest of time as well? Okay, and for those on stage, please smile. We had a very nice discussion. You can smile while we're at it. Okay, thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you. Quite an interesting conversation we've had right there, of course, on various issues, and of course, speaking to matters at the county, and of course, when it comes to matters money, that really is where the truth is. Thank you so much for the knowledge that has been shared. And as Governor Njoki said, there's the truth, and then there's the naked truth. And that's what he brought here for the discussion right here. Thank you so much for sharing your insights as well. We bring this particular session to a close. We're going to have a short intermission, and then from there, we talk about the future of sustainability, looking at a smart nation, smart cities as well. So short break as we get our panelists in, get to that discussion in the next 5 minutes or so. Short intermission on that. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Kiru. I'm the cloud security lead for Cisco Systems in Sub-Saharan Africa. And today, as the slides come up, there you go, I'd like to talk about cyber resilience and really securing our digital future. Now, my clicker may not be working, so click at the back. So I'd like to, there's an increasing reliance on mobile technologies, the purpose of service delivery. Especially so in Sub-Saharan Africa, and Kenya really is ahead of the pack when it comes to that. But this reliance on technology is one thing, and the other is the fact that the services that people have come to almost expect to be available, the resilience of these services is super critical. And one of the things that we need to understand, and the reason I have this example here, is the example of Reliance Jio. So in 2016, when they came online, they offered free internet. I think it was something like for about 6 months, right? And there was huge uptake in India, right? So everyone comes on, you have free internet, everyone can connect, and so they completely disrupted the market. So what this tells us is that it's not that we can't deliver accessibility, that's something that's already been done. The issue is, how reliable are the services that people then go ahead and access? And that really speaks towards the fact that the investment has been there in the infrastructure to deliver connectivity, the infrastructure to deliver accessibility to these services. But the services themselves are actually the issue, right? So if these services are down, then you definitely have an issue. So click again. Now, what are the barriers to progress? There's been a resurgence in things like ransomware, right? So take a look at critical services. An example of government, the integrated financial information management system. Imagine if that was down and payments couldn't be made. Imagine e-citizen. If you couldn't renew your driving license or pay for something, imagine ITMS for KRA. Imagine something that we've probably all used. Imagine the Kenya Airports Authority or the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. They're hit by a ransomware attack and air traffic control goes down, right? So the challenge with a lack of resiliency is that while these attacks were previously something that was confined to a newspaper article, it's interesting, there's actually effect in the physical world. And the issue is that the reason for this is because attackers are directly incentivized to hit soft targets, especially with critical national infrastructure. I responded to many incidents, and some are fairly interesting. Demands for $2 million to unencrypt data for, say for example, a government body. Not here in Kenya, of course, we're definitely safe. But the challenge with not being resilient is that you're exposed, and that exposure has knock-on effects. So click, click. Very interestingly, just one more time. Thank you. So take, for example, service delivery. Gaps in revenue, right? If you're collecting, say in Kenya, we are not increasingly dependent, we are wholly dependent on mobile money to turn money through the economy. How do we collect revenues as local authorities? How do we pay for everything? Can you imagine, yes, M-Pesa is up and running, but the institutions relying on this means for collection, what happens if a day of revenue is not available? 2 days of revenue is not available. There's a knock-on effect. Patients in a hospital, clients unable to transact, commerce isn't going on. But what about critical national infrastructure? Power? I mean, we're right on the edge with power currently in terms of demand versus supply. What about transport? We're all flying back. Great thing to think about in the 45 minutes to Nairobi. Or anything else, right? And so what we see is that the barrier to progress is the fact that there's more financial incentive for the attacker to go after you than there is for you to actually prevent. Next click. And so cyber resiliency is very important in that you need to be able to develop a cadence to continually identify and protect. And it's cyclical, so pre-incident and post-incident. And then refine this and be able to respond and recover quickly. Because if you can't recover quickly, then there's no value in the investment that you make. And so when you're looking at the investments that you need to make, the consideration is, what are the technologies that enable you to do this, right? So when you consider then technology, one, we started with connectivity, right? It's super important, right? All the investments have been made for the users to access the services that are being delivered. But then, from a technology point of view, you start to hear all these buzzwords. So, secure access service end, what does that mean? As an enterprise, as a government enterprise, as a private enterprise, unifying network and security services. Solutions have to be simple to use in order for them to be used and used effectively. Zero trust, never trusting but always verifying, right? Coordinating an effective response, security, orchestration and response. And then behavioral analytics from AI and ML. Now, a couple of years ago, if someone said artificial intelligence, machine learning, you're like, blah, 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 fish cake. What are you talking about? But we may not confess it in public, but we all use ChatGPT to now write proposals, right? Write code? Yeah, we do. Right? The other day I was on a call with a customer, and he needed to test something. And I saw in 5 minutes I became a PowerShell scripting guru who doesn't write code, and we tested everything. A couple of weeks ago, ChatGPT wrote me a script that can steal data off your network using DNS. Right? So if Sam the novice can do that, what about people who can actually use these tools? Now these tools, as much as they can be used for evil, right, they can be used for good. Right? We apply these technologies to actually help you analyze behavior and respond quickly. And so addressing these gaps by looking at these key points that you see on your screen is how you begin to address the problem of cyber resiliency, right? It's how you begin to build a foundation that actually works. And with those few words, we're done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Succinct and brief. Moving on quickly to our next speaker, Michael Odhiambo from the National Public Key.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is John Polokwiri. I'm the acting CEO of Konza Technopolis. As you are aware, today we are talking about smart nations, smart cities, and smart industries, the future of sustainability. This discussion cannot go on without Konza Technopolis, because as you all know, Konza, we are building a smart city, and it's a flagship project under the Vision 2030. And the Technopolis the Technopolis project was started in the year 2012 by our former president, the late Mwai Kibaki, and we've been still in the journey to develop the smart city. And therefore, as we begin today, I have a speech that I'll be putting up today, and therefore we'll be talking about what progress we've made since the time when the project was started. So it is such a great joy to be part of yet another edition of the Connected Summit. You will all agree with me that over the years, this forum has birthed numerous noble ideas that have resulted in a tangible transformation of the ICT sector. This is a forum that any ICT stakeholder worth their salt would not want to miss out on. I am therefore very pleased to be here today to network and deliberate on pertinent ICT and innovation issues with each one of you. This year's theme, the digital economy and endless opportunities shaping our future, is very spot on. Kenya has a budding digital economy, and the government's renewed push to digitize the economy is quite inspiring. This is indeed a very important conversation because it will help us take stock of where we are in regards to digital economy, identify the challenges that are hampering further growth, and chart a course to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the world we live in today is evolving at an incredible speed, driven by technology. The digital economy has been described as a new era of digital economic development that is revolutionizing the way we work and live. In this fast-changing world, businesses are becoming increasingly reliant on new technologies such as AI and blockchain, which offer endless opportunities for growth and innovation. This has necessitated a paradigm shift in how we think about our economy and what we promote and what will promote growth in the years to come. As the acting CEO of Konza Technopolis, I'm honored to lead the development of a city that is at the forefront of shaping this future, particularly when it comes to digital connectivity. There lies great potential in what the ICT and the digital economy can offer to Kenya's economic development. In that, they can create new jobs, boost productivity, and improve lives by making more services available closer to the people. And as the conversation has happened today, you've heard about the e-citizen platform, which was birthed from this forum, And therefore, it is an opportunity to ensure that we are able to give more and provide more solutions to our country. However, for this potential to be realized, we need a new way of thinking on this critical shift. That is integration of technology into the different facets of our lives, our businesses, and society. The businesses of tomorrow will be for those who harness these technologies to solve the problems they see in their industries and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the digital economy is growing at a remarkable rate. And as it grows, it is creating entirely new opportunities for development around the world. We've seen how digital economy has transformed economies in the developed countries, such as currently all the 10 largest corporations globally are ICT enabled. Locally, we are seeing how digital economy can transform economies in developing countries, such as Kenya. The shift towards digital enabled economies continues to impact city and nations development fundamentals, principles, and priorities. One of the most exciting developments is how digital innovation is shaping smart cities and smart industries. The concept of smart cities, smart industries, and smart nations are now becoming a norm rather than an exception. Cities are required to be self-learning, self-adjusting, and agile governed to power the changing needs of its population. These key shifts are pushing economies to reorganize cities towards data-driven services and systems that make them more efficient, more sustainable, and more connected to their citizens than ever before. According to the World Economic Forum, an estimated 70% of new value created in the economy over the next decade will be based on digitally enabled platform business models. And therefore, this conversation is important as we seek to take our rightful position in the digital economy. The World Bank Outlook of 2022 further indicates that digital technologies are at the forefront of development and provide a unique opportunity for countries to accelerate economic growth and connect citizens to services and jobs. With all this in mind, it is imperative that we move away from an economy that is driven by traditional industries towards one that is based on new technologies and innovative business models. And as you can see, we recently launched the Jitume program that we seek to deploy devices to the youth and also help them in the training of the digital skills and thereafter link them up with the digital jobs, so that as we continue, we are able to create more job opportunities for the young people through the Jitume program that seeks to target 1 million jobs by the year in the next 5 years. It is worth noting that the convergence of technology and sustainability is really apparent, particularly in smart cities movement. This is why it is important that we begin to explore what it means to be a smart nation, how we can become smart in the local context, how smart cities can create opportunities for our people, especially the youth in Kenya, and how to prepare for this future with sustainable policies. Ladies and gentlemen, ICT is an integral part of our national agenda, as well as being an important driver of sustainable growth and employment creation. Access to modern technology worldwide is already explosive. Innovative ideas, access to finance and business expertise, qualified human resources, infrastructure, and the right policies are all needed to shape a genuine digital Kenya. Looking at Kenya's progress in the ICT and the digital economy, it would be fair to say that our country has continued to align and position itself at a preferred stage in the technology revolution. Projections by Accenture Africa focus that Kenya's digital economy is expected to add about 1.4 trillion, or about 9.2% of the GDP to Kenya's economy by the year 2025. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that this is a great opportunity for both local and foreign investors alike, and with projections like this, it would be unwise for us not to take part in the digital economy. The government has made it clear that our country must position itself as a leader in digital and ICT innovation, and to achieve this goal, we need to build a strong foundation for innovation and entrepreneurship, which will then allow us to take advantage of global opportunities and make Kenya stand out in the world. A few years ago, we crunched the numbers and started thinking about Konza Technopolis, and would look like over the next decade. A few years ago, we crunched the numbers and started thinking about Konza Technopolis and how it would look like in the next decade or two. We envisioned an environment where all parts of the economy, that is information, technology, energy, education, finance, logistics, coexisted seamlessly. We want to create an agile environment that fostered creativity, imagination, and risk-taking in order to come up with the solutions to real-world problems. As a leading innovation hub, we are proud to be championing the government's vision towards a digitally enabled society with shared sustainable prosperity. And as a Vision 2030 flagship project of government, Konza Technopolis was set out to transform the country into a middle-income industrializing economy. I am pleased to report that we are on the right track, given the progress we have so far made. Right now, Konza Technopolis is home to many best-in-class technology, from our data center, water system, energy systems, smart architecture, smart city solutions, strategic investment that are taking shape as the postgraduate university, that is the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. The Technopolis is happening with actors under the Quad Helix model to implement strategic initiatives such as the recently concluded pioneering carbon removal workshop, held with the support of Thunderbird School of Global Management, that seeks to raise new momentum on sustainable cities, industries, building up on sustainable energy leadership that the country continues to enjoy. It is such bold engagements that will continue to place Kenya in the technology and innovation leadership position. As we develop Konza Technopolis, we are committed to develop the smart city to be a place where people can dream, achieve, and thrive. A place where they feel safe and secure. And we believe that these are all possible because of the IoT, which has enabled it possible for us to create smart cities that are powered by data-driven technologies like sensor networks, AI, and blockchain technology. Our goal is to make Konza City a model for sustainable development around the world, the smartest city in Africa. And it all starts with making sure that every decision made about how something works has sustainability to its core. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look to the future, I see Kenya taking significant strides in tapping its potential as a place that is digitally connected. We are already seeing the beginnings of what might be possible in the world of information and communication technologies, and we are beginning to realize how this will shape our future. Similarly, as I look around the room, I see key industry leaders and policymakers, and I can't help but feel the weight of our collective responsibility to Kenya's digital future. While it may seem daunting, there are endless opportunities available to us as we forge ahead into this brave new world. As we look ahead to the Vision 2030, there are so many questions about what our world will look like, how will our technology affect how we work, how do we ensure that everyone has access to technology, how do we make sure that we aren't left behind by globalization. These are just a few examples of what this conference and this session is going to cover today. Even as we continue to invest in technology and innovation as means to achieve sustainability goals, let us keep in mind that there is no single solution or silver bullet that will solve all environmental challenges, nor will there be one. Solutions must be found through collaboration among multiple stakeholders that cuts across sectors and borders. The onus is now on us as policymakers and industry leaders to collaborate with each other and work towards making Kenya a fully connected smart nation, ripe with endless opportunities. With those few remarks, I thank you all and look forward to engaged conversations that will start yet another key milestone in the development of our cities and our nations towards the smart city ambition. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Okuri, please. Thank you so much.
Yes, as I conclude, I would like to invite all of us to Kwanza Technopolis so that we can see what we are doing and what we intend to do, so that we are able to provide the platform that our country needs for digital transformation. So welcome you all to Kwanza Technopolis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure there will be a number of us who will take you up on that invitation, Bwana CEO, and come to the Technopolis as well. Thank you so much for that. Moving the conversation forward, it's now time to make a case for the future of sustainability, and to do that, we have Adam Lane of Huawei with a presentation on the same. A round of applause for Adam as he comes on stage.
So actually, I don't have a presentation. I have a video. I hope the video is ready. I wasn't going to take too much time to say anything. I was told make it very short. So we edited the video and then edited it again and then edited it again. You might notice it's being edited lots, but at least it's short once it's ready. But whilst we're waiting for hopefully it to play, I guess I can introduce myself and Adam. At Huawei Technologies, I think most of you will know who we are. If not, visit our exhibition booth. Apart from obviously the telecoms and equipment network infrastructure that we predominantly provide to businesses and governments and telcos, we also do a lot of digital power solutions. We do Huawei Cloud, and we obviously do consumer businesses as well. So we have a really cool exhibition over there, so go have a look over there. I also hope if you do visit Kwanza Technopolis, you'll see the amazing data center that they have. And see some of the really interesting things that it does, as well as some of the smart city things. It's a real shame that you didn't see any amazing photos or videos. Kwanza have some really good photos and videos of what they've been doing, including some of their smart street poles and things that they've been putting up and things as well, which I think are really interesting. One thing I'll just mention about these smart street poles, just because they're kind of interesting when waiting for the video. As far as I understand, that the CEO can correct me if I'm wrong, it's one single piece of infrastructure that is serving about 8 or 9 different uses, which is very interesting. So it is providing lighting, smart lighting and energy efficient lighting. It's also providing digital signage that could generate revenue, potentially, for the owner of that property. It's also got internet and public Wi-Fi built into the street pole. It also has an environmental monitoring sensor as well to monitor some key environmental air pollutants and things like that. And it also has a help button, like an intercom kind of system, so if there's an emergency you can press something there, and some will also have CCTV cameras as well. The video is ready to play apparently, so I guess I can shut up and you can watch the video. Thank you very much. No sound? Maybe I can do the voiceover to the video. See how talented I really am. It's a new, okay, I think they're going to try again. Yeah, so that was the smart street pole. I think is a really interesting thing. I know from a county perspective, it's also a bit tricky. I think counties have some responsibility for some aspect of infrastructure, like lighting and things, not really for electricity or energy, but have interest obviously in Wi-Fi and things. But I think one of the just interesting lessons is just how can we better use existing infrastructure. I think that's a really interesting example. One of the other really interesting projects they'll have at Konza is something that they already have if you happen to live in Kilimani or Kileswa in Nairobi, which is the smart traffic light system. I'm not sure if anybody has ever noticed the lights that count down, those traffic lights. Those are smart. They've got different cameras on top of the lights, one being like CCTV, so you can see if there's any health or safety issues, which unfortunately there are due to certain users of the public transport, let's say, not being very careful, but also there's something that can monitor the flow of transport or the flow of traffic going through the junction at any one time. So in the Traffic Management Center, TMC, when the video is ready, by the way, with sound, just play it. I'll just stop talking. And that enables the Traffic Management Center to remotely control the sensors, control the timings of the traffic lights, and even link traffic lights together if they want to as well. So it really improves the flow of traffic. And it's very, very interesting, as well as improving the flow of in between junctions as well. So that's another thing I believe they'll also be putting up in Konza as well, the smart transport system and traffic lights. And of course, they can also link in with BRT systems and give people priority access to certain lanes. And it can give priority access to emergency vehicles and things as well. So there's just some really, really interesting things. I see the video is playing, still no sound. There is subtitles. So I think let's just play it for the sake of time. Read the subtitles as you wish. If there's no subtitles, I'll add some commentary. But I think most of it has subtitles, so it's okay. Yeah, that's fine, no problem. It's okay, up to you. Okay.
So what we'll do in the interest of time, as I try and sort out this particular issue with the audio, we'll have the panel discussion first, and then at the tail end of the discussion, we'll spare those last 5 minutes and play the video again. At this point in time, what I can do is call upon our moderator for this particular session, Mr. John Walubengo of the Multimedia University, to come on stage, welcome his panelists as well as we get into our discussion this particular evening. John, over to you.
Thank you, thank you. As you can see, our panel is about being smart, but our video has, I think, 30 more minutes and it will be smart, not to worry. I want to invite my panelists. I'm looking for the list so that I get their names right. So we have Jean Philbert. Jean Phil, just come over to the stage. And let's start with Adam, because you have a video to play. Just come. And then followed by Jean Phil. Adam, you can sit here. Then Jean next. We have Byron Otieno. They'll tell us the organization. Then Christine Shoes. Big hand for Christine. Honey Kadla. Welcome to the stage. Then Edwin Garuya. Edwin and Isaac Kabuza. Isaac, karibu sana. Joseph Nzano. Joseph Nzano, you're in the room. Karibu sana. I have one more. Phil, I think is his name. Phil, can you join us on stage? There's from Estonia. Yeah, please join us. You squeeze here. I can stand, I'm a mwalimu. So, my panel is just to give us experiences from the industry about smart cities. I'm aware we're completely behind schedule, but if you can indulge us, we promise to just do this in about 30, not more than 35 minutes. And I just want to jump in immediately with the questions, starting with a question for Adam. And you introduce yourself and then you answer the question. We're trying to multitask here because of time. So, first question goes to Adam, but I'll give you time to introduce yourself. And then you tell us what actions are being taken in East Africa to drive quick change in matters smart city.
Not my day with technology today.
Your tech is failing.
Find a microphone that works. So I only thing I really wanted to mention, I think, was three things. The first thing I think is the really interesting opportunity that cloud brings in implementation of various smart city applications, because cloud can be implemented very, very quickly. You can very rapidly replicate or adapt or adopt from other solutions or other countries where something has been used without having to build something from scratch all over again. And that's very, very important. The second key thing I wanted to mention was around the connectivity for homes and businesses and how that fits into especially smaller towns. I don't know if we can broaden out the issue of smart nation, but the majority of the population, I think, in Kenya will be in the smaller towns and smaller cities in the next 20 years. And they're actually the ones that often struggle a lot with urban planning and other issues. And we found that it takes a very long time to provide fiber optic networks to everyone, to all the homes and businesses, as much as the government's very, very keen to reach, I think, 8.5 million people with fiber optics. So something that's been growing very rapidly in Kenya is what we call fixed wireless access connectivity. Basically using your modem or a dongle. You put a SIM card in the back of a device, you get Wi-Fi coming out the front, let's say that. And that means instantly you have very high-speed internet, especially if it happens to be a 5G modem or 5G dongle or whatever. And now that 5G is being rolled out quite rapidly in urban areas in Kenya, it brings a very good opportunity. And I believe, Safaricom can quote me, maybe Isaac can add, that actually the prices for 5G on mobile internet, like a dongle or modem, are the same as 5G is if you get on the same as if you use fiber optic. It's also normally, and to some extent, unlimited internet as well. It's not based on bundles, but based on speed. So you haven't got to wait for someone to install lots of cables. You haven't got to do lots of civil works on roads or in buildings or anything. You just get a little dongle or a CPE, we call them, with a 5G SIM card in it, and that gets connected. And I think that's really, really important, especially for businesses in cities. However, there's one challenge, and we'll maybe come back to this later if there's time. If not, I'll mention it now to save on time, which is the ability to use spectrum, which is a finite resource, I suppose, radio telecommunications, radio frequency spectrum. Currently, there's enough 5G spectrum for personal use, but there's not going to be enough for homes and businesses, where a home or a business could have 10 users or even 15 or 20 users in some small businesses. They need a lot of spectrum to cover enough speed from one of those dongles or one of those devices. So we're really hoping that in the future, there'll be enough spectrum for that. And the reason I'm mentioning it now, people were wondering why now 5G only came last year, why are you thinking about spectrum if there's enough spectrum now? And this is a very interesting aspect that few people in Kenya are unfortunately involved with, the Communication Authority are quite aware. That's planning for spectrum and these very important topics and issues that affect development of this country happen 5 or 10 years in advance at a global level. So, for example, there's a conference coming up at the end of this year at a global level that will make a decision about spectrum usage 5 years from now. So it's just very interesting. I wanted to highlight the issue about connectivity for homes and businesses, the importance of mobile internet in doing that, as much as the government talks about fiber optic, and as far we're in all the businesses, we're happy to sell you whatever you want to buy. But we think that there's a huge opportunity in the very, very short term and quick win to better use mobile until we get to the point where fiber optic is there. But to do that, we need to get more spectrum, and especially in the 6 gigahertz range that people will be discussing later this month. So that's my call for action and quick change. Thank you.
Thank you. On your left, please hand over to Phil. Phil, introduce yourself. Then after that, you tell the audience what role do smart cities play in promoting sustainable development.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're still awake. It's always great to be back here at Connected. Last time I think was 2017 when I was here. Pre-COVID seems like eternity. And great to see many old friends and make new ones. You know, when I go around, people ask me, hey, Phil, where are you based now? Because before I used to be with the government of Rwanda as Minister of ICT. And then they ask me, where are you now? And then I tell them, my family is in Kigali, my job is in Addis. I work as the Chief Digital Advisor for Africa CDC. But the fund is in Nairobi. So where am I based? Now I think I'll be going to Konza City. I will take your invitation, Mr. CEO, because when I was preparing for this talk, I asked ChatGPT, can you tell me a joke about smart cities in Kenya? And then ChatGPT says, what do you think government of Kenya invested in street lighting? It's because they wanted to compete with the stars. So ChatGPT can really be very, very smart. And conscious of time, there are 3 things I wanted just to talk about, but I realize that my colleagues and the keynote has touched on them. I want to talk about mobility because it's really very important, energy, and sustainability in the resilience. But I will talk about just one. So on the mobility, I read one report that says that Kenya loses about $500 million every year due to traffic and congestion, in terms of productivity loss, in terms of fuel consumption, and you can also imagine the losses to the environment. And I think there is no shortage of innovation that can help improve that state. And it's just not Kenya. If you apply this statistic per capita to any country in Africa, you will find similar statistic. So the question is, how do we quickly make use of available technologies to quickly improve the lives of our citizens? And I think on the energy, there are so many energy systems, as my colleague from Huawei was talking about. I think I'm really most interested in the resilience part of it, because we know that these shocks
especially those that are related to climate change, are going to be coming more often and more violently. And we know that Africa, we are on the receiving end. We are not even the ones that are polluting and causing climate change, but are on the receiving end. But we could also lead the way in using technology to better prepare for those, prevent what you can prevent, but most importantly, bounce back very quickly when these kind of disasters do strike, because it's just a matter of time. Technologies to, like sensors, to identify hotspot where risks are, mostly to take measures to avoid floods, fires, and so on and so forth. Those technologies are there. So what I would say, perhaps even in conclusion, is two things. To answer the question of how do we most effectively harness these technologies, I would say, first of all, smart cities is about the people. There is no such thing about smart cities without smart citizens. So the question is, let's focus on empowering our citizens, and especially our young people, as it's been emphasized right from the beginning. I think the Prime CS, the CS, the CEO just talked about really using smart cities as a source of opportunities for our young people. That's number one. Number two, let's think about the leadership of smart cities. Smart cities will only happen when we have a critical mass of leaders, not just in government, but also in the academia, in the private sector, in the investor community, in the innovator community, to shape the conversation, to forge the vision, to put in place the incentives and the motivation that we all need to be active participants in playing in the smart city opportunities. So to talk about that, tomorrow I'll have the pleasure of co-hosting a fireside chat with my long-term friend Chris Senanu. It will be at the Coral Bar, 9:30 p.m. Please join us when we have a bit more time and some drinks to talk about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. On your left, just send it to Byron. Yes, introduce yourself, and then for you, we want to ask, what can you share with us in terms of actions being taken in East Africa to drive quick change in this particular domain? And before you answer, I hope the ICTA team, we have rapporteurs, because there are very interesting recommendations that are coming out of this panel. So over to you, Byron.
Thank you. So my name is Byron Otieno. I look after the public sector commercial side of Liquid Intelligent Technologies. What you may not know about Liquid is we are the only Pan-African company here, I believe, Cape to Cairo, with the most fiber on the ground in Africa and across East Africa. So this is an opportune question I can answer. I just want to speak into the Economic Innovation Partnership Program, which KONZA is spearheading in Kenya with the Korean embassy. They're assisting across East Africa. UNDP has also stepped in. They have a place in Kigali, Rwanda. You know what they're doing about their smart cities. There's a city in an innovation hub in Senegal. We also have many small innovation hubs in Kenya besides KONZA. KONZA is just a flagship, yeah? But we also have a cyber city in Mauritius. We have a technology park in Egypt. East Africa, I'd say Kenya is leading, and then Kigali is coming in second. Uganda and Tanzania are not far behind. They just need to catch up with once the regulation opens it up. But the main aim of all this, really, without speaking a lot of IT jargon, I know we're all ICT people in here, I just want to speak to the common mwananchi, as in what is all this doing for you, or what you can even discuss with your people at home. We are here to enhance lives of the citizens. Kenya Kwanza with their bottom up. Everyone here, all the politicians here today are speaking about what we can do for the people. So the first thing you need to think about of a smart city is to enhance the lives of the citizens. The second bit is obviously to empower the public sector. That's why we have all these private-public partnerships that we're here for. We are not here purely for profit. We are to help the nation grow and develop and evolve, yeah? You always hear our president saying we want to be like Singapore. We won't get there if we all don't get into the game with them. And most importantly is to boost local business and attract investment, both local and foreign investment. I think in the interest of time, I will stop there.
Thank you, Byron, for being precise and to the point. Now, Christine, tell us your organization, and then please answer the following question. Talk about the key sustainability challenges that the digital economy in East Africa or globally may be facing, and how that could be addressed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Christine. I work for GIZ. I'm the head of digital government in the Digital Transformation Center here in Kenya. So we work mainly with Kenya, but also under the Horn of Africa with Djibouti and Somalia. And we work on GovStack. We work on GovStack, the approach of GovStack. I strongly believe in GovStack and that digital infrastructure does not need to be expensive. And going into your question, what are the key sustainability challenges, and talking about smart nations, smart cities, we of course talk about digital government services. They are the vital factor for fostering smart nations, smart cities. They are addressing the people's foundational needs. I think what we see globally, not just in Kenya, is that governments often struggle to actually keep pace with digital in general due to budget constraints, but also due to coordination struggles and siloed investment. Taking those challenges, I think what we need to see and what we need to observe, because it's clearly something that we struggle all over the world, is that a lot of countries still don't have basic concepts of reusability, interoperability, and security by default, security by design, fully adopted in their digital investments. So I think an interesting concept that we can look into is the concept of GovStack, which is basically a Lego system for software components that governments can use to enhance their service delivery, to boost their digital services. So what the building block approach basically does, it uses open, reusable, and interoperable software components, such as very basic payment systems, digital identity, data and consent management. We just had the discussion over there with the Data Protection Commissioner. So those are very critical building blocks that basically exist in almost every government service digitally. So what we can do is we can take those building blocks, because they are available open source globally. We have lots of countries that we can draw in and get experiences and actually take those building blocks as part of the GovStack community. So GovStack is an international community that makes those experiences and building blocks available globally that can be adopted and reused. So GovStack actually collects all of those and puts those building blocks, just like Legos, in a sandbox. And with GovStack specs, we make sure that all those building blocks already adhere to certain minimum standards. And with those building blocks in the sandbox, we can now look into partner countries and address the very specific challenges and the very specific gaps that we see. And what we see is that in each of those countries, we don't start from scratch. And what we heard in the discussion before, we don't want to create an again new system. We want to have one system and one approach. And what GovStack can do is build this overall framework and then just see what is needed to elevate what we already have in Kenya. So what building block can we plug in and actually elevate and reuse it in a lot of different digital services and government infrastructure areas, right? So then looking at those challenges and then looking into what would be the drivers of change, like what can we actually do to address those challenges, I think we can identify 3 drivers of change. So one, we need to be aware of that we need to scale the right things, talking about standards, GovStack specifications, and good practices for actually human-centered digital services. Secondly, we need to truly work together in partnership and overcome silos and dependency. we also need to build, and I think this is a great opportunity that GovStack provides, we also need to build on what we can find locally. And if we look into Kenya with such a vibrant, dynamic ecosystem, I think there we have a huge potential that we're yet to tap into to actually include locally made solutions, to look into the startup scene and to see what responses to the challenges that we see can we actually create and foster locally. And I think to promote this Kenya ecosystem in this way and to include solutions that are locally designed into the bigger question of how can we strengthen and how can we promote government services, I think is the big advantage that we have. And doing all of this in a cost-effective manner, because once a building block is built, we can reuse it, we can scale it, it's there to last. And I think this is a big opportunity when we look into how much has been developed already, how many subsystems have been created. And I think, yeah, this is something we can work on together, and we can just learn from a lot of experience that exists in the world without creating new solutions.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you very much.
She's saying we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure the floor you have questions, just jot them down. You'll get a chance to ask the panelists the questions. Now we go to Hani. Just tell us your organization and your role there, and then jump into the role that smart cities play in promoting sustainable development. And if you can also touch on the issue of reducing carbon footprint, as the cities get more and more industrialized, how do you deal with that component? So we do both in one go.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Hani Khalaf. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Internet of Things and Smart Cities as the Technologies. I'm actually privileged to be living in a smart city in Dubai, where I live day by day, smart systems that the city has built. I'm part of a global team that is based in Singapore, which is the smartest nation on earth. And I get to interact with actually my colleagues on a daily basis on what's happening around the world. And we get lots of ideas because we believe when building smart cities, information sharing between cities is paramount. You have to know what cities have done, what succeeded, and what failed. Now, going back to building, smart cities that are sustainable, smart cities are built on technology, okay? And technology investments are big in smart cities. We cannot afford to make mistakes when we're investing. And I was just before the panel talking to one of my colleagues on this. If you take, for example, video surveillance, okay, so video surveillance, for every dollar you spend, 70% of it is ICT infrastructure. We cannot make mistakes because this is public money, and making mistakes in a city is devastating. When you have to say, oh, I made a mistake 3 years ago, I have to scrap everything I have done and start all over. This is big. And that's where, information sharing comes in, and we advise this as a technology company. Another important aspect in making cities sustainable is information sharing between agencies. Breaking these silos. I know many of us have talked about it, but if you look at, for example, Singapore, when a government agency asks for funding for a project, they have to prove that multiple government agencies within the government can benefit from the data that is generated by this project. Otherwise, that project is turned down. So this is regulation that forces government agencies to cooperate. Because let's really, admit it. Government agencies, and as we have seen it around the world, will not cooperate on their own. It has to be something that forces them to cooperate and share data. And with this data sharing comes, the maximization of sustainability in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hani. You can hand the mic to Edwin. Edwin, after you tell us your company and role you play there, I want you to share your thoughts on how smart cities can promote sustainable development and also how technology can create sustainable cities. Over to you.
All right. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Edwin Garia. I am the Regional Head of Cloud and Innovation for Dimension Data, an entity covering the region East, West, and Central Africa. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in building, conceptualizing, designing, and piloting smart cities and smart city-related outcomes and use cases. Some of them in Africa, some of them outside globally, and some of them closer home on the related things where we're using smart city technologies, but for a different use case, which is conservation of wildlife, which we take very seriously and has shown a lot of success. Now, onto the question of smart cities and sustainability. We have to ask ourselves and go back to the basics. Smart city is really collecting data to solve a civic use case. And then when you look at sustainability, it's about tick 3 boxes: economic, environmental, and social. So when we evaluate smart cities and how sustainable they will be, we need to look at those 3 things. Is it making sense for the environment? Is it because we need to leave the environment to the generations that come after us? Is it on the social aspect, right? And on the economic aspect, is this technology, are smart cities really helping us in, and smart city technology is really helping us in saving costs and increasing revenue? And we've seen a lot of successes. Globally, people who've deployed smart cities have talked about reducing the costs of operations. A very good use case has always been water, where people have used sensors to actually be able to conserve water. There are other use cases that have shown real value out there and improve. People have actually put sensors like cameras to just be able to identify areas of congestion. I think we've seen people pilot this, especially during the pandemic, where they were able to use live data to be able to disperse crowds and thereby averting the spread of the pandemic. Right. I think that will be all from me.
Thank you, Edwin. Next is Isaac. Isaac tells me I taught him some time ago. That reminds me, I didn't introduce myself. I'm John Walubengo. I'm a lecturer at the university. And Isaac is going to, after you've introduced yourself, to share his thoughts on strategies and initiatives that could be employed to promote the development of smart industries in the counties. And if you can also give us examples of sustainable technologies in East Africa, that will be good. Over to you, Isaac.
Thank you so much. My name is Isaac Kabuta. I am a commercial manager for public sector in Safaricom, and I'm glad to be here to speak about some of the initiatives and strategies that we can adopt to drive smart nations. In my immediate previous role in Safaricom, I was leading the IoT business development, and I got to interact with a lot of customers in this market to understand what are the need areas. And one of the things I picked out was that
Isaac,
for us to drive...
Isaac, you put closer, I think your voice...
Yeah, sorry. For us to drive smart cities and smart nations, we need to synergize with the different players in the industry. There needs to be a lot of intentionality and being very intentional in what we are trying to do. And I think there was an example given by the gentleman from Rwanda, Ethiopia, I don't know, I didn't get his name, in terms of what we can do in mobility, for example. But coming back to the strategies of the counties, what counties can adopt, I look at it in 3 ways. One is infrastructure, 2 is digital skills, and 3 is a legal framework and policy that enables this to happen. And also, of course, lastly, is to work with enterprises and businesses that are based out of these locations. So give a case where the governor of Elgeyo was talking about how he's enabling the county, or how he's enabling this agenda by opening and supporting the providers and players in this sector to come and put infrastructure. So I'll give an example of what we are doing in Safaricom with a couple of use cases. One is on the smart metering. So when we started to roll out smart metering in water, we realized that we needed to work with the vocational training institutes to be able to repurpose the staff members, the plumbers who are doing work that, with smart metering would be rendered jobless. So that's one of the initiatives in supporting digital skills in these particular counties. And of course, without mentioning the infrastructure is important. For us to run smart cities, we need connectivity. We need low power networks to be able to power sensors in these locations, meters and the like. So different players have to come in, especially telcos, to provide that connectivity framework. And lastly is to work with, second last, is to work with the enterprises within those counties. Yeah, so we do a project in fertilizer distribution. We have been doing it with the Ministry of Agriculture and recently just taken it a notch higher. One of the greatest successes of this project was that we have worked with agrovets in those particular counties and towns, so that those businesses can be able to feel the growth of this kind of programs that county is running. So the same would apply also for smart metering, for smart technologies, where you engage local organizations, local businesses to support these initiatives. And also universities. We are working with Dedan University, Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, where we have great technical skills and potential there to help us in driving some of these projects that we are looking for smart cities. And so we've set up an innovation center there, which we think is going to help us to bring digital skills close to where we need them. So talking about examples, I will just go to a quick one, which Safaricom did a couple of years ago, I think close to 10 years ago, which is the Safe Cities project. I think you all know about this, the surveillance system that has been put in Nairobi and Mombasa. And this project has been of great success, has made these two cities be more safer. I live in Nairobi, so I can tell the difference. And now we are taking, we look to take that project a notch higher and extend it to other cities. It's just but one of the examples where surveillance plays a very crucial role in driving safe cities. And we are also then working on smart metering and other projects which also will drive the same agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. I think on your left is Nzano. Nzano will introduce himself and then he will tell us, he will speak about the role smart cities play in promoting sustainable development.
All right. Thank you, Walu, who is my mentor in the academic world. Excuse me. My name is Joseph Nzano, currently heading the ICT department at the Communications Authority of Kenya. Mm-hmm. And I think most has already been discussed by my colleagues. So I'll only add some few pointers where perhaps they may have missed out. Excuse me. And one is that from the previous presentation which you had from the counties, it was evident that there are more and more cities which are coming up. There's a potential of having 48 more additional cities in the very near future, because the guys out there in the counties are very aggressive and eager to deploy ICT. So when the conversation was given by the CEO of Konza with regards to leveraging on what is in Konza, I think that's most important. Otherwise, we'll have a challenge which will be driven mostly by population growth, lack of infrastructure, or overwhelmed infrastructure for that matter, and also climate change and aspiration for better living. And of course, this will bring the issues of carbon emission and all as mentioned earlier. So how do we go about this? I Googled a bit and I saw that half of the world's population lives in cities. If you recall, there was a time we used to have the rural-urban migration. Mm. But in Kenya, it changed a bit. Because of devolution, now we have the urban rural migration. It's the other way around. So these are some of the potential directions which we're headed to. And to achieve this, we have had this morning, there's a lot of infrastructure which is already being shared. We have had that some of the drawbacks include resources. They also include uptake of infrastructure, and also include people issues in terms of people are not able to adopt into new infrastructure. Still going back into Google and doing a small research, in 2025, there will be about 88 new cities globally, smart cities. So will Kenya be one of them? Or will any of the cities among Kenya will be one of them? So we need to work towards building such infrastructures, which CEO Konza, I think, has given us the guidance of how best to do it in a centralized, focused manner. And this would relieve us of so many headaches of counties struggling with ICTs. As I finish, I'll give an example of the Mombasa County and how they handle traffic. Somehow, if you're in Mombasa, most people in Mombasa, they live in past Nyali. They have to cross the bridge to get home. So from the data they have collected, what they have done is that every day from around 5 to 6, they have noticed that there's too much traffic moving from one direction of town towards Nyali and those sides of Bamburi. And so what they do is they have a happy hour moment. They close all the incoming roads and they open all the outgoing roads. That's already data being collected, isn't it? And that's already being smart. So you find that within an hour, they have dealt with all the traffic going out.
Yeah.
And after an hour and a half,
they swap.
They install.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Harry, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for that example. I've been given a warning here, but we have to finish. Last but not least, we have Hannes here. I hope your mic works. It doesn't. So Nzaro, if you can pull the mic. Then Hannes works with European government and he has experience in smart solutions out there. So perhaps you could give us your experience on in Europe with regard to smart city solutions. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening. So my name is Hannes Blint, representing GoSwift Estonia, and happy to be here, especially for that fact that this conference here is to promote and best e-services, and GoSwift has been also in Estonia selected as one of the best e-services in Estonia, and also selected and achieved World Summit Award. As being one of the best e-services on the world. So what's GoSwift about it? It's solving transport bottlenecks, mainly trucks crossing the border at border checkpoints. So the idea is simple. Instead of physical queuing, we queue them virtually, so they arrive to the border checkpoint and cross just in time. So, what my experience is working with governments of Estonia, Lithuania, and Finland is that governments need to actually solve problems and promote these areas of PPP where private sector alone cannot do the job. For example, Bolt was able to roll out their services everywhere because there is not so high government regulation needs. But for border queuing, for our case, that it's impossible for private company just to go to the border and start do the services. That means so companies like us or ideas or solutions like us need government support. And maybe one solution would be that if high-level government institutions and agencies have their top management, so the top management needs to have their some goals to be achieved, and this is really one case where management of authorities can help private companies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hannes. I've been given a warning, but I think we have to get some questions from the floor. I had a second round of questions, but I'm not sure we'll go through that. From the floor, are there some 1-2 questions that you want the panelists to answer? Or is it that we're standing between you and the beach? Okay, there's 1, then 2, and 3. Let's start from there. Give us your name, and then the question.
Yeah, I think I'll just make some mic. My name is Wilfred Odoyo.
Odoyo, your mic is with you now.
Oh, thank you. It's better. My name is Wilfred Odoyo. I come from Pioneer International University. I used to be somewhere in Korea. That's where my career was. And I'm so interested with the Konza city because it has a long history, like from 2007, 2009, I think so. I think there was a different director by that time. And there's so many things that we were kind of promised. And KAIST being one of the sponsors of a project there, I think I interacted with some professors back then. So it has really taken a long time. Now that I'm back home, I can actually ask some questions, but that is for another day. According to Mr. Adam, and the technologies that are being implemented at Konza right now, I think some of them need to be done. I know we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You bring them there, but they have to be done by some of our local companies or institutions or research centers. I wanted to know if we have a national R&D that is kind of taking care of this from the CEO, and if there are other local companies who are really bringing up, young technicians who can be able to control these moving forward, because those technologies, I think we can be able to develop them here locally. Okay. Thank you.
I think, CEO, that might be for you. What are you doing to incorporate local tech in these foreign solutions? Next.
Yeah, good. Thank you. My name is Lucas Omolo, Manager ICT and Smart Cities.
Lucas, from which organization?
Konza Technopolis.
Oh, okay. The smart city, yeah.
Yes. I'm at the right place at the right time. Thank you. So mine goes to my brother from Dubai.
Yes.
At one point, Dubai had wanted to be the happiest, the city where with the happiest population. So I wanted to understand to what extent has sustainability contributed to that parameter, bearing in mind that smart cities, there are quite a number of parameters that you look at in order to achieve a population that is really happy. Thank you.
Thank you for being precise. Finally, question 3. Hani, that's your question. I hope you have an answer for him.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth from Danco Capital. My question goes to...
Sorry, we didn't get your name and...
Elizabeth from Danco Capital, a manufacturer based in Kenya.
Okay.
My question goes to Adam. He mentioned about lack of us building and going forward will do the 5G network. My greatest concern with that is knowing that very well you're the hugest player when it comes to building, especially the fiber bit. That's the North P and the lags like that. So where do you see Kenya going forward and in the realization of the digital space and the digital superhighway? Do you see us doing more builds, or how will that be going forward? The second question would go to Mr. Nzomo. You mentioned about affordability of the digital, of the smart cities. My greatest concern is the Wanjiko, the current Wanjiko. Is he able or is she able to afford the smart city, to live in a smart city moving forward? Or is there anything that is being done to make sure that we accommodate the Wanjiko?
Okay, thank you for those questions. CEO, if you can walk up the stage and take the first one on for Doyle.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yes, in Konza Technopolis, as you know, we are a government agency tasked with implementing the smart city. So what we did from the start was that we developed a master plan. And in development of the master plan, of course, we engaged the consultants, MDP1 and MDP2. MDP2 was led by Tetra Tech, and their job was basically to develop the guidelines of which we are using today to implement the smart city. Now, when it comes to implementation, the implementation has been done by our local technical staff, of course, with assistance from the contractors that have been on site. For example, what we've done with the data center is that government being with the ability to provide the platform for the data center, we've partnered with local tech companies and local innovators to do the solutions. As you know, government cannot be an expert in everything. Therefore, Konza Technopolis basically is just to provide the platform that now various tech companies and tech innovators can come. And we run a program where we onboard those with solutions in a partnership, so that when the government needs these solutions, then we use the partners to provide the solutions. Konza Technopolis does not provide the solutions, but we work in partnership with the tech companies and the innovators. So thank you.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. Next is, I think this was going to Hani. Dubai, the happiest city, is that sustainable?
Hello? Yeah. Yes. Things to make citizens and residents happy in Dubai, it has to be sustainable. So the government actually chose happiness as a measure of how successful government services are. And if you think about it, it's a very interesting concept, because at the end, actually, centers that serve citizens and residents are called customer happiness centers. That's their name. And after getting every government services, you are asked about your level of happiness. It's not satisfaction. It's not, yes, I got the service. I got it in 4 hours, 5 hours. No. Am I happy with the service? And this is really the measure. Now, the government doesn't do things in an unsustainable way. They always look, is there an ROI? Is there, if I'm investing in this, am I getting happiness for the customer? Is this done in a way that preserves the environment? For example, now, one of the biggest initiatives in Dubai is solar. and we have the biggest solar park in the region. Okay? Government would not invest in solar if it did not believe in sustainability. COP28 is happening in Dubai at the end of this year. So sustainability is a top agenda for the government. So everything they do, yes, they take sustainability and happiness together. I myself live in a neighborhood which has smart meters, you know. Again, it was done years ago. So one important thing to think about is smart city or these systems is a journey. If you do not start today, you will not end up with a smart system or smart systems in a few years. You have to start this journey. And Dubai started this journey about 30 years ago. Hope I answered your question. I'm available to discuss further if you would like.
Thank you. Just pass the mic on your left towards Nzano. I think there was a question about the cost of living in smart city. You can pass back the mic because then Adam had a question on, I think, Northby versus 5G, something like that. I didn't quite get the correct understanding, but that's what I picked. Yeah, Nzano, please. Is it, can Wanjiku afford living in a smart city?
Well, first of all, you have a very concerned government. There's what we call beta.
We call?
Beta or better.
Better, okay.
It is bottom-up economic transformation agenda, yeah? So all these initiatives we have had today from the CAS, from the PS, they're all headed towards ensuring Wanjiku can afford the digital signature. One, there's the 1,000-kilometer mile, which is going to be deployed to all the key towns in the village, I think up to ward level. There's also going to be availability of Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi in all market places, among other places, common institutions. All this is enabling Wanjiku, isn't it? There's also going to be development of mobile devices which are affordable in the Kenyan market. And we will have, the target is to have phones which are less than $40. I hope the dollar rate by then would have improved, but $40 is an affordable amount. There's also the drive towards education, digitizing schools, and also digitizing universities, hospitals, all sorts of services. Let's not forget also the 5,000 services which will be offered in the e-citizen portal. Already we have achieved 4,000, so by June we should be able to reach 5,000. That means very soon, from the touch of a button, you will be able to access the government in a faster way. So beta or better, that is bottom-up economic transformation agenda. That's where the ICT ministry is driving all efforts towards achieving and spending a lot of investments towards achieving this in the very near future. So Wanjiku is in the center of this. We can never leave Wanjiku out of this. We are with her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Adam, as you answer, you let us know if your video now has sound.
Yeah, apparently it does. I think the question was about what's the way forward for the digital superhighway. So I would only make three very quick points. The first one is there's been a lot of analysis by the government, but also by the World Bank, that shows that a huge number of government institutions are already very, very close to the fiber optic that already exists. And I forget the numbers, I don't want to miscalculate, but the thousands of schools can be connected to the current fiber optic network with just between 50 to 200 or 300 meters, maybe 2 kilometers of fiber between that school and the current fiber optic network. So I think that's definitely going to be the very first kind of short-term win. Of course, some of those areas are not the most rural areas in the country, but the fiber optic is already in many, many rural areas. Every county headquarters is there, almost every DCC is there. So you can imagine when the fiber is going along the road to reach the DCC, it's passing through many small villages on the way, even to reach the DCC, even smaller villages than where the DCC may be. So it's very interesting. That's really going to, I think, be the really first short-term quick win. not a huge expense, but really a lot of schools and hospitals that can be connected. The second one is obviously the use of aerial fiber, like hanging fiber on KPLC poles, rather than just doing underground fiber as an interesting option that can be quicker and can be more cost effective than doing underground fiber. There's pros and cons around the sustainability and maintenance of it as well. So I think that's something the government's been looking at. And then thirdly, it was just to mention about the World Bank project. You may have seen the cabinet memo about a month ago. It's called KDEEP, Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Program. Just to mention, it's a very, very interesting model the World Bank's going to be using in their tendering process, together with ICTA, which is that they will give you a price to connect a certain number of schools with certain bandwidth for, say, 10 years. They're not paying you to build fiber per se. They're saying connect these number of schools for 10 years with this speed, and whoever comes in with the lowest price will win. The idea being they're hoping the company that comes in the lowest price will also be able to sell that connectivity to other homes or businesses near the school. Therefore, the subsidy they need by the government or the World Bank to reach the school is not that high, because they'll be able to generate some of their own revenue to cover some of the costs. Now, I think it will work in some of the big cities. It may be harder in some very rural areas where there aren't that many alternative customers, but it's a very, very interesting process. World Bank's done in other countries as well. So anyone who's interested, stay tuned. I believe the World Bank was supposed to have approved the loan at their board level last week. I know the President's mentioned it several times, as has the CS, so I'm sure the tendering and everything will come out later this year. It'll be really, really interesting to see how fast that works, because it's really an innovative way to try and leverage private sector to help provide connectivity as much as possible. And just lastly, in terms of Huawei, we actually don't build fiber per se. We just sell equipment. Hundreds of other Kenyan companies are buying our equipment and then using that to install and hang fiber and everything else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Big round of applause to my panelists. I must apologize to them. We had a second round of questions, but I'm afraid time is not on our side. I'll hand over back to the MC, but I believe there's a video waiting to be watched. So, no, we'll need to step down, right? Yeah, it's
can have their seats as we have that particular video synced and ready to play. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Thank you.
The universe, nature, life, civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. If you can, what amazing secrets unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees, for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones.
Established in 2021, Huawei Digital Power converges power electronics and digital technologies, delving deeper into digital power for a greener world. Huawei Fusion Solar Smart PV business is growing quickly, helping generate solar power all around the world. We integrate digital, PV, and energy storage, enabling smarter solar power and storage. There are numerous utility-scale plants around the world that use idle resources such as marshes, hills, and lakes. Huawei works with global partners on the journey to a green and bright future.
AI boost Fusion Solar Smart PV solution for optimal energy and increasing yield by around 1%.
Distributed PV is popular around the world, and the rooftops of large buildings are ideal for PV installation. Ordinary citizens can also generate clean energy through residential PV. Huawei Fusion Solar Residential Smart PV solution harnesses the abundant sunlight in the Mediterranean to supply energy to Italian households. Huawei's Smart PV controller and optimizers are installed on residential rooftops in Lahore, Pakistan. They yield 5% more energy. The PV self-consumption rate exceeds 85% using Huawei's Smart String Energy Storage System.
Smart PV modules optimize power generation of each module, increasing energy yield by up to 30%. Module-level intelligent monitoring, enabling you to know PV plant status in real time. Smart Energy Management reduces power consumption costs and makes clean power accessible to all.
Okay, and there you have it, a round of applause. And now you can see why Adam tried once, twice, 3 times, joined the technical team to make sure he can showcase what Huawei Technologies is doing. Thank you so much for that, Adam, and of course for making sure that that particular video plays. We bring this day's discussions to an end. I am not an industry expert when it comes to smart cities. There was a question Hani was asked about happiness, but I can tell you can get happiness in the next 5 minutes. These cocktails at the poolside, courtesy of Bustani, that I believe gives everybody happiness here. So that will be brought to you by Airtel. You can enjoy that right after this. You can head to the poolside for that. And then dinner after that brought to you by Cisco. There's a fireside chat at 9 p.m. as well, sponsored by Dell. We bring this to a close tomorrow. We are here bright and early at 8:30 for day 2 of our discussions. For the panelists, I think Hani might want a photo. We can see if that can be arranged for those who are on the panel. For the rest of us, have a good evening. Enjoy your cocktails and dinner. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Bye-bye. So if you're part of the panel discussion, there's a photo session going on right here. If you're part of the panel, there's a group photo going on right now, so please come on stage for that. If you're on the Future of Sustainability panel, our keynote speaker as well, you can come on stage for that group photo. Thank you so much.